Assalamu alaikum to the audience. Hi, everyone who's watching. I'm here with a special guest, Greg Magarshak, and
Alaikum salam.
he is a Jewish entrepreneur, a businessman, and he has different online ventures. Open source is the area of his specialty, I think. But we wanted to have a conversation on some of these heated issues regarding anti-Jewish hate, anti-Muslim hate, bigotry, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, whatever, specifically as it involves Israel-Palestine and everything that's been happening for the past 6 months. So thank you for joining me, Greg.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So can you just give our audience a brief introduction to yourself, and then we can start discussing some of the questions I have for you and then other issues later in the stream?
Sure, absolutely. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been working for many years to build decentralized, open platforms because I believe that big governments and big tech kind of have a lot of control. I think we can all see that. And my solution is, instead of more governments and more tech, I like to build bottom up. So I believe things like Linux, Wikipedia, open source software, science, these are collaborative endeavors. And as you notice, they don't radicalize people against each other. And there's reasons for that. Science is peer reviewed. So you can't just publish a bunch of bull crap. You have to actually get people to sign off, and things get vetted before they get published. Similarly with open source software, similarly with Wikipedia, I look for a world where people collaborate and cooperate instead of this. So politically, I'm a libertarian. I'm also Jewish. I come from a family that immigrated from the former USSR. So I have a perspective on different blocks of, communism versus Western liberalism. And we're going to talk about a lot of this stuff. And, Daniel, you put out this invitation to dialogue with Jews, right? And you were asking these questions about the Talmud. And I thought it would be important to have that dialogue because I have questions about the Hadith, right? And all this other stuff. So I think it would be great to have a conversation.
Yeah, so the point of this conversation is it's not exactly a debate, might get contentious, but my goal is to be as conciliatory as possible, within reason, to just discuss these issues in a polite way. And you're principled person. Clearly, you're operating from a set of principles that you hold dear to you. And I'm a Muslim. Islam is dear to me, and other Islamic beliefs and so forth. We can be principled and still be able to discuss. And sometimes it's contentious, but that's fine. What we see, unfortunately, is this attempt to censor and say that, yeah, you have this idea, therefore we don't want to hear from you. We're not going to engage with you. We're not going to answer questions or have our own questions. So that's the way we're trying to break through with this conversation. I'm very happy that you're willing to have it.
Absolutely. And, I completely agree with you. I think there need to be voices that discuss rather than debate. A lot of times we have the rise in the United States and around the world. In other countries, it's even worse, of polemicists, of people trying to bring hate against others. And I will say, the United States is predominantly Christian. Okay, they do have Muslim communities in Dearborn, Michigan, for example, or New York is Jewish, but predominantly Christian. And what's interesting is that there's also people in the Christian nationalist kind of ideas. Some people, they're called Groypers, or perhaps Nick Fuentes is an example, right? And there seems to be an interesting alliance in all directions. And, as a libertarian, I see ideologies taking hold. And governments, where I really brings up the libertarian in me, because I care about civilian life, right? I care to stop violence and stop war. And what I see leads to war is governments with their propaganda, with their ideology. And I should say, and this may rankle some people, even Islamic governments do this as well. Propaganda in the sense that they want people to think a certain way and support a certain group. And when they sponsor a proxy militant group, which is a non-state actor, that is when the shit hits the fan. And the US has done it, Russia's done it, Saudis have done it, Iran has done it, across the board.
Israel has done it.
Israel's done it, sure. Again, you'll find that I will criticize concentrations of power, and hopefully you also will do that. So
Sure. So going to the some of the main thing that spurred this invitation that I put on Twitter and that you responded to is that I've been labeled an anti-Semite by the ADL, and this is a label that they have applied to me specifically given two kind of main crimes, or two kind of problems that they see with what I say that they deem anti-Semitic. So one of the issues that they have is that I criticize Jewish religious texts. I criticize the Hebrew Bible. I criticize the Talmud and other texts, the Zohar, Shulchan Aruch, the Mishnah Torah of Maimonides, etc. And they say that they don't say that I'm wrong in my criticism or that what I'm saying is inaccurate. They say it's out of context, quote unquote, and they say that, you know, this is criticizing these Jewish texts. This is what they cite as the main reason that they deem me an anti-Semite. So what do you consider it problematic to criticize religious texts and teachings of a group? You know, what is that problematic to say a religion has texts and it has teachings and ideas that are problematic? They might be racist, they might be bigoted, they might be violent, they might be sexist or homophobic. Do you think that's problematic in and of itself?
well, problematic implies there's some problems. Certainly, it causes problems for Muslims when people engage in criticizing different hadiths or different concepts like jihad, which I want to get into later, without understanding the lesser jihad, greater jihad, right? If you don't have the understanding, and I'm talking to you as a Muslim, right? Because you have a lot of deep knowledge there. When people speak very surface about it, often they're not interested in the actual, you may be interested, but many people who follow, right, may just want to get tidbits of, aha, Muslims are bad, or aha, Jews are bad. Okay, look at this Talmud verse. So while I can try, I'm not an expert in the Talmud, okay, or however, I have a lot of knowledge. So I'll try to answer as many questions, not just about the Talmud, but history, okay, and history of the
You went
Jews.
to college when you were 14?
I did. 14.
Okay, yeah. So that's a lot of educational background to be able to go to college. Where do you go to school?
I went to Brooklyn College. It's funny thing. My mom didn't want me to go to high school in the United States because there was a lot of hooligans, or she decided I wouldn't learn anything. So wound up taking the Regents exams. In New York, they have this thing. You got a Regents diploma, you go to college. I didn't get into Columbia. I applied to Columbia, which is like a very famous school. Didn't get in. So I went to Brooklyn College. But I will say, I don't want my children to go through that. So not worth it.
You want them to go to high school?
Oh, yeah. Well, at least not even high school. Well, this is where I'm going to say, I think all these government schools are suboptimal, and many people, teens are depressed. Highest rate of depression in high school girls, teenage girls. And it's TikTok. It's all the capitalism. I could get into that, but it is the profit motive. It's an externality. People are pitted against each other online for engagement. I like engagement, and what we're doing now is cool. But yeah, you could tell if this was a debate, people would be sharing it a lot more than I think they will be, because we're going to actually get into the substance.
Sure. So you think that there can be a problem with criticizing religious text if it's misinterpreted, but by onlookers?
Not only that, I should say a second part.
Sure.
When you criticize a small minority, now look, if I criticize Catholics, there's a billion of them, right? They have some power. If I criticize Protestant Christians, there's many denominations, but there's like a billion. There's like, right, there's a lot. If I criticize Muslims in general, like what's that going to do? Now, my government can do something, right? And you want to mention Israel's government, of course, and Muslim governments can do something. But I'm saying, as an individual, a lot of times when you criticize a big group, they're like, okay, and by the way, that's not even true, because I'm going to get into how Muslims react to criticism, right? Also of the Prophet, right? There's a lot of touchy subjects which do lead to Muslim violence sometimes on the ground. But I will say this: when you criticize a small group, put the Jews to the side. Take other groups that are as big as Jews, like, I don't know, some African religion, right, or some tribe, or the Sufis, right, in Islam, or anyone, the Ahmadis, right, Ahmadiyya in Pakistan, right? When you criticize them, they're a small group, and a lot of times they can get expelled or attacked or whatever, which is what happened to Ahmadis and many, many other Yazidis, right? And it's important for Zoroastrians and Yazidis and others to be safe as well. So just keep in mind that it's not just, you may be just interested academically, but people who follow you may be looking for those excuses to say, aha, Yazidis, you see, they are devil worshippers or whatever, which.
Well, that's an interesting point that you make, because much of what my whole career has been about is responding to criticisms of Islam, and my reaction to the criticizers or the critics of Islam is not to say, "Oh, you're an Islamophobe, shut up." My reaction has been, "Okay, well, you are claiming that Islam is irrational or immoral. Here is a rational response to you." And here is an argument that you can, Muslims or non-Muslims can take into account and judge for themselves. The reality is that a lot of this Islamophobic, or not Islamophobic, but criticism of Islam, criticism of the Quran, Hadith, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, all of this has really been weaponized post 9/11, and Muslims are a minority within the West, and in America we're a big minority. We're a small minority, 1%.
For now.
Yeah, 1%, but we'll see. Birth rates are not going to suddenly shoot us up to 30%, for example. But that being said, we have been a minority. There has been, and a lot of this kind of Islamophobia industry, I'll put that in quotes, that's funded by Zionism. That's funded by Zionists and Jewish groups that have propped up someone like Tommy Robinson, for example, who is not Jewish himself, I don't believe, but he is funded by Zionists. Or you have other groups like Pamela Geller. Maybe you've heard, she's Jewish, Zionist, hardcore, and she has this kind of a provocative draw Muhammad competition just to insult the Prophet, peace be upon him. So that's something that they do with a lot of money, with a lot of connections, government connections, working with literally the FBI, working with the U.S. government. You have someone like Robert Spencer, who is like training the FBI and spreading kind of verses of the Quran, Hadith. He's sharing them with the FBI and saying, like, this is, look at their beliefs. So
that's
even
public
if
knowledge, he's sharing it. Hey guys, I found these secret verses in the Hadith. Like, go ahead. Sorry, it's just funny that he's sharing them, because the FBI would be aware of the Hadith. I don't think.
Well, the Talmud is also public. You can search everything publicly, but I'm sure the FBI doesn't know the kind of knowledge that I have. Now, if the FBI brought me and had me train them on the Talmud, I'm pretty sure that Jews wouldn't be very happy with that, or the FBI. But the point is that it seems to be one way. It seems to be a double standard, that the criticism of the Quran has taken place. It's not like something new that just occurred after October 7th. It's reared, this kind of ugly head, that we're seeing a kind of Jewish reaction against Islam that hadn't been seen later than 2017, because what happened is Trump became president, and Trump was seen as an Islamophobe, and Trump is talking about a Muslim ban. So then suddenly the establishment, which is against Trump, used Muslims and said, see, this is proof of Donald Trump's bigotry. Donald Trump's hatred is that he's attacking Muslims. But Muslims are sitting there thinking like, yeah, but this same establishment has been heavily involved with attacking Muslims for the past 17 years. And now suddenly there's a shift where Islamophobia becomes taboo. Oh, talking about the Quran becomes taboo. I mentioned someone like Barack Obama. There was this mosque that they were going to build in Manhattan.
Right.
And the right-wing media and Fox News immediately came out and said, this is the ground zero mosque.
I remember that.
Yeah. This is like a triumphalist, like, oh, we committed terrorism and now here's our monument to Islam's dominance. This is how it had nothing to do with the actual people involved in this mosque. It's like a bunch of liberal Muslims. They're as far away from like political Islam and extremism as you can get. But Barack Obama came out and also criticized that mosque and said, yeah, I don't agree with the wisdom of building a mosque in Manhattan. So this is like,
that was a very tempered way of, but So listen, you brought up some things, and I think it's important as a libertarian to point out every time you mention government, whether it's the FBI or Barack Obama, right? That is the element, right? That is objectionable. If people just simply engaged in conversation, like you're saying, right? They can investigate the Talmud, they can investigate the Hadiths, right? Which is, by the way, the Hadith is the I think you would agree, the counterpart to the Talmud, right? You have what in Judaism something called the Tanakh, which is the Torah, Navim, which is prophets, and Ketuvim. By the way, knowing a language like Hebrew or Arabic is really important for a lot of people listening, right? And unlocks a lot of the understanding. And I'm going to be asking about the Arabic terms, right, in Islam. So what I want to say is, like, Jews have been powerless throughout hundreds of years where they wrote the Talmud. It's not like they were in power and cahoots with, maybe one Jew, Yehuda Hanasi, who wrote, Yehuda the Prince, who wrote the Mishnah on which the Talmud is based. He was a friend of the Romans, okay? But by and large, Jews were powerless. They were driven out of the place. They didn't even have their own country for a while, or at least their own city, okay, of Jerusalem, where everything is. So we got to understand that Christianity was started by a powerless sect, originally Jewish sect also. Jesus and his disciples were Jewish. And again, that comes out in the writings, okay? Whenever you involve government, you will find that a lot of the problems people have isn't with Islam, for example. Even the Islamophobes, the word Islamophobe would imply they're afraid of Islam. I would say you're not afraid of Islam, okay? Islam's just a religion. But you could be afraid if people formed a large group and elected a government, whether that's a non-state actor or a state actor or a caliphate or a Islamic, the Ottoman Empire, right? Or it could be anything of that nature. Because then people have power. And I'm going to tell you that everything you're saying, I understand you as a Muslim, right? You have that fear too. And the fear is, what if the American government's going to do something to us? So I want to just say that I think the main point here is the government. When a bunch of people, whether it's in an Islamic country, people might be afraid of what the next government will do. And I can go throughout the history, right? When, for example, just to pick a random example, in Morocco, there was Andalusia, and there was a lot of peace and prosperity for Jews. And when the next government came in Morocco, they told people, you have several years, but you got to convert, or you got to leave, or you got to be killed. Okay, this is an example. Now, this is an ancient history. But whether it's slavery or anything else, the government is the one that is rounding up the slaves and returning them to their slave owners, right? In any country, it's the government and the organized force. So every example that you've mentioned is Muslims are rightly afraid of the government being co-opted. And I'm just going to say, it wasn't just Jews. I remember after 9/11, there was many Christians. I think George W. Bush called it a crusade. Okay, he wasn't necessarily. He was very, you could say, anti-Muslim in practice, right? Because he destroyed a lot of the Middle East, right?
Yeah,
so it's not just the Jews. It's not just the Jews. And by the way, I guess to as an outlier, I could ask, do you think the Jews are behind 9/11, right? What do you think about that?
We can't really discuss it on this channel. We can't discuss it on social media, but I will. I'm very clear cut. I don't think it was just one country. It was a collaboration with several countries, the intelligence agencies of several countries, not just Israeli Mossad. But do I think that Israeli Mossad, along with other intelligence agencies, Arab intelligence agencies, were involved? There is a historical record of that can be discussed on other fora, just not on YouTube.
The reason I only mention that is because anytime I say, well, it's not just the Jews, right? It's also these other groups. I can mention Britain First, right? We're talking the Christian group that says, listen, there's too many Muslim immigrants coming to Britain, right? I could talk about the Russian skinheads, that are many people in Russia are, anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, right? Not just in Ukraine and not just in Europe, in Russia too. But in every case, people might say, well, but look, I found a Jew among, like you said, yeah, maybe the Mossad was one of the intelligence agencies involved, right? But I'm going to go throughout history when we talk about the Palestinian, for example, movement, and we talk about the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. And what I will say is that the KGB and the USSR had a big hand in training the Palestine Liberation Organization. Many people don't know that.
So before we get into that, let's just kind of wrap up that particular question, because so as a libertarian, are you against any kind of hate speech laws?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, before I answer that, I want to ask
some laws, some hate speech laws you would be in favor of.
Before I answer that, I want your position on free speech. Are you in favor of freedom of speech across the board, drawing cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Charlie Hebdo? Where do you draw the line on freedom of speech, if you do at all?
I'm not a free speech absolutist, because within Islamic law, if you have an Islamic nation or government ruled by Islamic law, then there is restrictions on blasphemy, for example, or apostasy. Like, there are restrictions. So this is not like a liberal or libertarian framework. Like, Islam does not have that. So I'm not a free speech absolutist. Now, if you're talking about a country where Muslims are not, in charge, I would still be in favor of restrictions on certain types of speech that really attack the kind of sacred beliefs that people have. I think that could be justified. I do think that there should be some kind of, maybe it's not a legal restriction, but it's a kind of social taboo or stigma for someone to, just go around and use the N-word, or to just, that I'm not in favor of like absolute free speech and everyone can insult, because society tends to break down. Should there be like legal, like an oversight or major legal consequences, like if you burn an LGBT flag, you spend 15 years in prison, as it is the case in some states? No, I think that's really heavy-handed. You should be able to criticize, given that the standard has been set within Western countries, that you can draw cartoons of the Prophet, peace be upon him, you can insult Islam, you can burn the Quran. Okay, then be consistent. We should be able to have very, not only criticism, but insult in the same kind of way. Like, you insult my religious beliefs, then there should be an ability to insult what you consider to be sacred. Now, if
that's where I'm trying to understand your position, right? I'll tell you mine afterwards. So your position isn't, so you're not a free speech absolutist, and one of the carve outs that you said is you shouldn't be going around insulting people's religious beliefs, because that will be words of incitement, that will rile them up. And I will say,
what is like insult versus what is critique? So I try to be like, when I critique Judaism or Christianity or Hinduism or Buddhism, I try to be academic as much as possible. If the adherents of that religion start to insult and make fun, lampoon Islam or me, then I'll respond in kind. But my goal is to be as academic and objective as possible, because I think Islam can win out in an academic objective debate. And it's only when people start losing, like I was just going back and forth on Twitter yesterday with a Christian looking at does the Bible endorse polygamy?
By the way, Twitter is not a great medium. It's like I said, it's for profit. It just wants engagement, and 140 characters is not a lot you can really put there. But go ahead. Yeah, discussions on Twitter are abysmal.
Yes, I mean it is, but I have had productive discussions on social media, including Twitter. And so this guy, he's a Christian. He's saying that God hates polygamy. Islam is like a degenerate religion because it has polygamy. He didn't mention Judaism, by the way, which also endorses polygamy in certain circumstances. So I gave him some proof texts.
I should say ancient Judaism does endorse polygamy.
Yeah, I could say traditional Judaism. So then I gave him some verses from the Hebrew Bible, what he calls the Old Testament. I gave him a academic argument, and then he just calls me a pedophile. And he gets angry and he calls me a pedophile.
Okay, so that's like, I'm not that guy. For example, on that thing, I will just tell you the facts. Okay, Judaism, it's in the Torah, right? That there's a law that you should not marry two sisters. So that would imply if there is that law, that means you could marry two other women. It's just they can't be sisters. Having said that, in the Roman times, Romans thought this was awful and wanted to beat it out of the Jews. They used violence. The Jews would cling to their polygamy, but 1,000 years ago, the Jews gave it up, and they did it through a traditional way. So just be careful when you're saying traditional, right? It is totally traditional in Judaism. Ashkenazi Jews had rabbis, just like you have imams, that will do a fatwa, okay, and will say this is no longer acceptable. In fact, that's what happened with homosexuality and others. I could get into in Islam, right? But the point is, something that was previously allowed became haram, but in Judaism, okay. And the Jews who didn't live in Europe, you could say the Arab Jews, okay, or the Sephardics, or the Mizrahi and others, they continued to have polygamy until the state of Israel. And the state of Israel was actually the one that forbid polygamy from a secular point of view for them. But from a religious point of view, just be careful. There's many types of Judaism, and all the Ashkenazi Jews gave up polygamy 1,000 years ago. So it is traditional that they gave it up.
But the rabbis today, or even the state of Israel, would not say that polygamy is something inherently degenerate. They would not argue that, because that would be throwing, thousands of years of Jewish history under the bus, and rabbis under the bus. It's basically cutting off your nose to spite your face. So they would never make that argument. And same with.
Well, is it okay if I cut you off sometimes to clarify? Ahead. Okay. They will say that every single example in the Torah, in the Tanakh, that is written down ends in some kind of drama or really bad outcome, right? When, for example, Abraham, the common father, right, of many nations. Goyim, by the way, means nations. Goy means nation, and the Jews are also called a goy. I just want to, throughout this, I'll explain a lot of the words. Goy just means nation. So a lot of people say, oh, you're calling me a goy. Well, that's just calling you a nation, the nations. Jews are also a goy. It says right in the Torah, I'll show when I start showing my screen. God says to Abraham, I will make a giant goy gadol, from you. Okay, so I will turn you into a giant nation. Okay, anyway, so what I was saying is that Abraham, he had his wife, Sarah. Okay, she became Sarah. And then he had Hagar, who was an Egyptian princess. In Jewish, in the Talmud, she is called a princess. She was the Pharaoh's daughter. Okay, we don't know because the Torah doesn't say that. But the point is that there was strife between the two women, and the strife came from the two children. Okay, Ishmael, which means God will hear, and Yitzchak, which means he will laugh. And so that is always described. And so the rabbis will say, just like the Islamic imams have said about things that were previously okay and then or not okay now, like nikamuta, which I will talk about, being able to take a wife temporarily, okay, which is practiced in Shia Islam, but not Sunni Islam. A lot of times there's different types of Muslims, just like there's different types of Jews, and some Muslims do something and some don't. They all have stories about how this is not okay. So I just tell you, I'll keep coming back to this. This is all across the board. It happens in Islam. It happens in Judaism. Everything you're saying in Judaism happens in Islam as well.
All right, we can talk about that in more specific detail. But going back to speech, so you didn't actually answer the question, right? So what kind of hate speech laws are you in favor of? You asked me a question about what I believe about free speech, and in a nutshell, I just don't like the double standard. I don't like the double standard where Jews, Christians can insult Islam, can insult the Prophet, peace be upon him. But if a Muslim responds by criticizing the Holocaust, for example, or criticizing the Talmud, or some aspect of Christianity, then we are labeled anti-Semite, or we're put in prison, or we are facing these kinds of legal consequences. So my problem is just with the double standard in the West. But if you're talking about an Islamic nation, that's a separate question.
I'll answer you directly, but I do want to ask you one more thing about the Islamic nation, okay? Because a lot of people in the West, the reason they fear Islamophobia is they're not fearing the guys here, across the street which I know, like the Turkish mosque or the Yemenites and so on, they're talking about once the Muslims get in large numbers and then they have Islamist, because you consider yourself an Islamist, correct? Islamist meaning using democracy. As long as Muslims have a lot of children and eventually, let's say, a majority, you could pass Islamic laws eventually, correct?
That's not what Islamist means. Islamist means you're just in favor of political Islam. You're in favor of a society that is run by Islamic principles according to Islamic law, wanting that somewhere in the world for Muslims. Currently, that doesn't exist.
So in that society that you want, the one that you advocate, I want to ask you a direct question, and then I'll answer your question, right? What would you support should happen in that Muslim society to a murtad, a person who is an apostate, who once believed in Islam, right? But then, let's say, became an atheist through whatever, maybe science, maybe this, that, the other thing. And he publicly comes out, like Sam Harris, right? Would say, writes a book and says, I don't no longer believe in it. Here's why. You guys shouldn't either, whatever. What should you do to someone who exercises that kind of speech?
Yeah, so this is something that we discussed on the Patrick Bet-David podcast debate. You might not have seen it, but this is the first issue that the Christian side brought up, and Patrick kind of brought up, is the punishment for apostasy. And myself and Jake, the Muslim metaphysician who is there as well, we were very clear that the punishment for apostasy, ridda, is death in Islam. So an Islamic nation would implement the death penalty for apostasy, and that's a good law. It's a rationally defensible law. It's God's law, and the reason that God has given this kind of punishment, that, and we pointed out that, by the way, this punishment is also mentioned in the Torah, and it's actually if your family member blasphemes, and it's from 1 Samuel, I believe, is the passage. I don't have it in front of me to quote, but even if your family, like your father, your son, your daughter, blasphemes, then do not show them any mercy and basically execute them. This is something found in the Torah, and it is in Islam. And why God has this punishment is because God is sacred, religion is sacred, and to apostatize and leave the religion, this is a serious problem for the sanctity of God and religion within society. And so therefore it is banned, and it has a severe consequence for it, including the death penalty.
Fair enough. And I appreciate this is the honesty, right? This is important, because I think a lot of the time, if you're going to criticize Judaism, right, and you have to speak honestly about Islam, and I have to speak honestly about Judaism. And by the way, it is true in the Torah, right? There are people are said if you go to follow other gods, okay, then your hand will be first upon even if he's a brother, okay. If there's an entire city of unbelievers, no, not unbelievers, I want to be clear, it's someone who goes and worships other gods. And at that time there were local deities like Dagon and these others, okay, the fish god, and there's all these stories. I want to say to you this, though. I mean, you've been pretty clear that if someone exercises that kind of speech, then the penalty is very severe. It's death. It's execution. Okay.
By the way, like, people who are watching this conversation, like, this happens in a lot of my debates, is that, I'm discussing with you as a Jew, and you have some maybe atheists who are watching, or other liberals or libertarians saying, oh, look at these two crazy belief systems, Islam, Judaism, they're all trash. And so we should respond and say that, well, liberals do have severe consequences for people who blaspheme. It's not called blasphemy, but there are severe laws, what they're called counter-radicalism laws, counter-terrorism laws, extremism laws, where if you endorse certain types of views or certain types of beliefs, you are subject to criminal punishment, up to and including death. And this is, when we look at the history of the liberal West, there are these kinds of laws on the books that are implemented. And even in post-colonial nations that are backed by the West, you have these types of laws. I can mention certain Gulf countries they're Muslim countries, but the leadership of those countries, or the governments of those countries, they implement a kind of blasphemy law. If you speak against secularism, or you're too in favor of Islamic government, this is like a speech crime or a thought crime that will get punished with death. Today,
I still have to answer your
today,
question
right?
about my views, but I find this fascinating, right? Because on the one hand, you talk about freedom of speech and ability to criticize, right? But on the other hand, if you criticize to the point where people stop believing and you are a murtad, right? At that point, you go straight to death. Like you go from like nothing happens to you and nothing should happen to you to. So what about in the middle? Like
in the middle, you have like
yeah.
heresy. In the middle, you have a zandaka. In the middle, you have like what's called bid'ah, innovations, like what is heretical. And Muslim states have been relatively tolerant of heresy, like as long as it doesn't cross a certain line, like there's a red line.
What about Ahmadi? What about Ahmadis that I brought up in Pakistan? They believe
Ahmadis are not Muslim,
they
so
believe there's
they're
one. Just to be clear for the viewers, okay, they're Muslim in all respects except one, which is they believe there's another prophet after Muhammad. His name was Ahmadi, right? And so Ahmadiyya was people who are Muslim in every other respect except what you said, an innovation, right? Mm-hmm. And so you say they're not Muslim, and therefore what? They can be kicked out of Pakistan, or they don't have any protections as a Muslim, or what?
No, they can't be considered Muslim, so they don't get the same rights as Muslims do, according to Islamic law. So they're not heretics. Like there is this kind of categorization. You can be you're a Muslim, but you're a heretic, and you still have the rights of a Muslim, even though you're saying
you're talking about like a kafir. Is
not a kafir. Kafir is outside of Islam. You're a non-Muslim. So Qadianis, Ahmadis, what you call them, they are kuffar. They're kafir. They're disbelievers. So they're.
Would you say like Shia Muslims? Would Shia Muslims be kafir?
No, it's case by case basis, but in general, like they're ahlul bid'ah, like they're heretics or innovators, for example. So there is nuance there.
Okay, do you like Pakistan had the hudud laws basically that talk about hudud is punishment, it's corporal punishment. So you don't kill the person, but you have lashes, like 30 lashes, stripes, you whip them publicly. Okay, that was in the 20th century. That was like 1980s hudud laws in Pakistan. Yep. So are you in favor of corporal punishment as sort of the middle ground? Like you're not an apostate, you haven't renounced Islam publicly, you just innovated.
You can have a diversity of beliefs within an Islamic nation. Like this is the whole ahkam ahlul dhimma, which refers to the laws referring to the protected peoples. So Jews and Christians are people of the book. So you can be a Jew. This is why Jews were able to live very comfortably under Muslim rule for the majority of history, is because
just to be clear, some of it, yes, and others they were forced to convert or died, just like the Christians.
Well, within Islamic law, I'm telling you what Islamic law says. Yeah. Islamic law says that as a Jew, you're a person of the book. So you can study your religion, you can teach your religion, you can practice your religion. And it's not like liberal style freedom of religion, because there are certain limitations. There are certain limitations, like you can't, as a Jew, proselytize and try to convert Muslims, for example.
And Christians can't do that either, right? No other.
And Christians can't do that either, right? No other religion can do that. So there are restrictions, but as a person of the book, you can have that belief. It's tolerated within, according to hardcore, the most strict Orthodox Islamic.
And this is where I think this gets into the next topic. So before we leave the last one, so listeners don't think I've dodged the question. Mm-hmm. My answer about free speech is literally, I've recorded videos, if anyone wants to watch, with Noam Chomsky about free speech. Okay, an entire 2-hour, multiple videos with him and others. Free speech is a complicated issue to me. I look at it as from a libertarian point of view. I think in every one of our descriptions, you're going to look at the role of government, in this case, the Pakistani government, or the Ottomans, or Israel, or US, or anything, whether it's Islamic or not. And it is only that violent central power that you should be worried about. You shouldn't really worry so much about what people say. But when a bunch of people come out, okay, and the government is involved, like in Chechnya, 800,000 Chechens came out after the Charlie Hebdo protests. there was no other time in history that I know of that so many Chechens came out. It was more than half the country, including Ramzan Kadyrov, who was the president of Chechnya. And he said, we're ready to give our lives for the prophet, right? We're ready to die for him, peace be upon him. To me, that shows that on the one hand, religious people feel really strongly, right, about their founder. At the same time, enough to come out and to, some people were attacked for this. On the other hand, if you're living in a country where there's very few Muslims, and let's say there's a lot of Christians, and you draw Jesus in some weird thing, like the Jesus Christ Superstar was a play, was a Broadway show, okay, and you could do all kinds of things about Jesus, and they have. And I will tell you what I think the difference is. And I haven't heard many people say this, but this is an answer to Sam Harris and all these other people say, here's the difference. Christianity was started by a powerless sect. They were persecuted by Jews. That's how powerless they were. And then later, in fact, if you look at their end of times prophecy, they say that you'll be persecuted by Jews. You'll be flogged in the synagogues, which to me is like, well, it's hard for me to imagine that Jesus, let's say, coming in the next 100 years, and you're going to get flogged in the synagogues because Christians have now taken over. They have so much power, right? You're going to get flogged in synagogues? Anyway, that's what it says in the final days. But my point is, they were a powerless sect. Paul was persecuting Christians. Paul had visions.
As a Jew, yeah.
Like Muhammad had visions. Paul reports having visions. And the Christians believe that his visions do reflect, in fact, the revelations from God. Okay.
Yes.
Paul never met Jesus, and he admits that. He argued with the students of Jesus.
Yep.
So once he learned about Jesus and he believed Jesus appeared to him, he didn't go and study with the students of Jesus. He then went and argued with them that he was right. The incident in Antioch and so on. My point is this. Whether it's Paul, whether it's the Jesus's followers, right? Many of them were marginalized. Jesus's own followers were marginalized and called Ebionites when the Romans destroyed Jerusalem. It wasn't just the Jews that suffered; it was also the Christians. I'm talking about the original Christians. They lost.
Does that relate to free speech?
Yeah. So here's my point. Sorry. It was started by powerless sects. So the only thing they can do is use words to convince you. They spread the gospel to believe you based on words. This is how Umar believed in Muhammad, through words. He was ready to kill Muhammad. Then he heard the Quran from his sister, right? And Muhammad gained an army. Until that moment that Muhammad had power, he was also relatively powerless. And so his preaching for many years was words only, right? But there was a component when Muhammad got people with swords on their side, that he would then have verses like the sword verse. Let me read the sword verse.
Can you just get to the overall
so my point is this, that in Islam, it is much harder to do what the Christians did, which is called disestablishment, the separation of church and state. The reason Christians can do it is because the followers of Jesus were so powerless, they didn't even have the thought that we could establish courts and flog people and punish people and execute people. That wasn't even in their thought. Their thought was, God will punish you in the afterlife. Be a good person. Okay?
I mean, this is a critique of Christianity, because eventually, after Constantine, when they did take power, they did develop all those laws. They did develop, but they just based it on Roman law and Greek precedent. So they did adopt those things, and it was enforcing Christianity as the state religion, and heretics were executed, Jews were persecuted, Muslims were persecuted, were forced to convert. They did have the state power. Their religion, their revelation or their religion that they believe, just didn't anticipate that.
Here's right, exactly. But the relevant
when Islam was revealed, Muslims were persecuted. Muslims did not have power. Muslims did not have, were not allowed to convey the message without getting killed or beaten and boycotted. But still, the holy book, the Quran, has the laws for both when Muslims are in power and when they're not in power. And that's evidence that Islam is true, whereas Christianity is not.
Well, okay. first of all, by the time that Constantine came to power and the Christians endured 300 years of being massacred by Romans, hung on crosses, right? This is, by the way, a very terrible way to die, and martyred all over the place. Yes, by the time Constantine came, the books were done. All the Gospels, all of Paul's writings to the Galatians and all the epistles, everything were done, and the Bible was codified. So my point is, by the time Christians got power, their writings were still those of a powerless founding group. What I'm trying to say to you is that Muhammad was persecuted too, right, by the Quraysh. He was persecuted until, through ingenuity, he made an agreement that he could go to Mecca, for example. Through alliances with Umar, he got an army that was on his side, and much, much more. In his lifetime, he became more powerful, and his writings, I'm saying, like the sword verse and others, became prescriptive. This is what you should do with the shirk, the polytheists. This is what you should do with the murtad, right? And then the hadith, the story is about him and his companions. Or again, his companions, I mean, Ali, he was a caliph. He had a lot of power. So the relevant difference is Christianity was started by a bunch of guys. By the time they wrote their books, not a single word in those books. The closest is when Jesus says, in a metaphor, come and before me and I'll execute you. He's talking about like a metaphor, like theoretical.
And that's how they explain it away. And that's how they explain, how Christians explain away, because they want to portray, modern day Christians, they want to portray Jesus as a libertarian. They want to portray him as basically being against state enforced religion. But it's hard to see that that's the case. Like, and they'll cite things like Jesus allegedly saying, as in the Gospel of John, let the first without sin, or let he without sin cast the first stone, which has been proven to be a fabrication, like that part of the Gospel of John. But they make it seem like Jesus was completely against punishing blasphemers. Jesus was against the punishments in the Torah against certain kinds of sexual behavior. Like Jesus was basically a libertarian, but this is an ahistorical projection onto Jesus, because most Christians historically did not understand Jesus as a libertarian. They didn't think that, when Augustine, or within canon law, when within Catholicism, when they're implementing these kinds of punishments for blasphemy or sexual crimes or whatever, imposing Christianity on the population, they never saw that as, oh, we're violating the true spirit of Jesus. It's only when modernism comes and secularism and the Enlightenment comes that then Christians, because of reform efforts and the reform of Christianity, an effort that also happened with Jews and Muslims, by the way, and Hindus, then they say, oh, well, religion is about just your private personal belief, and the government should be a separate entity. We should not have any kind of blasphemy laws. We should not have any kind of punishments for apostasy. This is just a modern development that's back projected onto the founders of the religions, but it's very ahistorical.
I will say that while it may be true that the modern differs from the past 1,500 years, the past 1,500 years projects in turn onto the original founders of Christianity. It goes deeper than Jesus. It's yes, you're right that the quote, the Latin pericope adulterae, which is the story of Jesus and the adulterous woman, may have been added, and maybe the Trinity doctrine, some people say the three, that formula, Trinitarian formula, may have been added. Some scholars think. There's a lot of scholarship, I'm sure, about Islam as well. But
no, there's nothing in the Quran that they say has been added and has, after the fact.
Well, I'm not going to get, okay, what is Quranic abrogation? The principle of Quranic abrogation.
That all happened during the lifetime of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So he's authorizing the Quran, and then when he passed away, the Quran was set. It was, canonized, you could call it, and that's the same Quran that we are reading today.
Okay, I want to get into the Quran, but since you mentioned the Christianity, let me, before we get off that subject, just really quickly explain again. It's not that Jesus was pardoning a lady, okay? She was no lady, by the way, but whatever. Mm-hmm. It's not that. It's that it was there to show that Jesus had power to forgive sins, which is what Christians use to underscore his either divinity or his power given by God. Okay, and I don't know. I'm curious how Muslims even interpret in their religion Isa having any power. I guess he's just a prophet. But I'll say this. Jesus never prescribed the one verse I told you, make them come here and kill them in front of me in Luke 19. That is not Jesus saying it. He's saying someone will say that there will be a king who will say that. Jesus never said what Muhammad said, which is, kill the unbelievers, the shirk. I'm talking about the polytheists, right? If they don't repent, if they continue to. He didn't say that. He didn't say establish courts where you cut off the hand of a thief.
By the way, this is what Maimonides says too, right? This is what the Talmud says.
Yes, but Maimonides is not the founder of Judaism. He's just a rabbi.
But the Talmud, you said it's the equivalent or the analog to Hadith.
To Hadith.
The Talmud,
I'm not even
Talmud does have these punishments.
I'm not even
the Talmud does. The Talmud does have these punishments.
Yeah, but I'm not even at the Hadith. I'm at the original Quran, the original Christians, and the Torah, right? Moses, the original Moses, not Moses ben Maimonides, who lived 2,000 years. Okay,
and the original Moses had all these laws too. I just referred to the blasphemy that is mentioned in 1 Samuel. Even if your brother do not like,
I agreed with you about. I agreed with you about original Israelite religion. I agree with you about that. Okay, Judaism is different than the original Israelite religion. You could talk to some Karaites about that.
The original Israelite religion, the rabbinic period, all the way to the 12th century with Maimonides, it's all consistent in terms of being having a lot of laws that are contrary to liberalism or libertarianism.
In the interest of time, let me make my point clearly, and then let's address my point.
Okay.
The Talmud was written by powerless Jews who did not have the power to enforce it, except maybe in their own communities where they might whip a husband for not divorcing his wife until he divorces his wife, because of otherwise there's no way to get him to divorce the wife, whatever. But except for that, in their own community, maybe enforcing not the death penalty, but little things, it was all mostly theoretical. Christians, the original Christian sect that wrote the stories, that the Gospels, let's assume they're all true, and Jesus was resurrected from the dead. Let's assume all of that. They had no power, so they never said cut off the hand of a thief. They never said this is Sharia. This is the group of laws that we're going to follow. So they never had hudud. That's the point.
Was Jesus against laws against assault?
Was he against laws against assault?
Because Jesus says, turn
notice
the other
double
cheek,
negative.
right?
He wasn't against laws that existed. He said
so. He was fine with
all the Pharisees
laws that ban assault and punish assault. Correct, but he says turn the other cheek.
Of right? Even the laws of the Sadducees, when they denied him passage, he was like, "That's okay. They believe what they believe." Like he was going to go to Jerusalem, and Sadducees didn't believe in Jerusalem, which is what I'm trying to tell you in the primacy of Jerusalem. Sadducees.
No, but my point is that Jesus,
Samaritans.
Even though Jesus did not have power.
Right.
Okay, according to Judaism, he was a Torah observant Jew. He did endorse, by being a Torah observant Jew, then you are in favor of laws against blasphemy. So even though he didn't have power, that didn't mean he wasn't in favor of punishing the blasphemer, punishing the adulterer, punishments against theft. He's in favor of those kinds of punishments.
It's very ironic you say that.
Who would deny that?
He himself was executed for blasphemy because he said he was the long-awaited Messiah and the King of the Jews, and that's what the Romans put over his thing. It's funny.
He still endorsed those laws. That's the thing.
Okay, so listen. Not only did he endorse those laws, he literally used them in his message that he will rise on the third day because he will be killed for erroneously by the Christians. Believe it was an erroneous application of those laws. You see?
Yeah, but the point is that you're trying to make a larger point. Maybe I didn't understand it
fully. My point is when the government
he didn't have power, the Christians didn't have power. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he did have power. So his religion is more state-based. You have these kinds of laws. And I'm trying to critique that kind of dichotomy that you're setting up between Islam and Christianity. And I'm saying that, no, Christianity, the founder of Christianity, Jesus, he was also in favor of these kinds of state-imposed punishments, partly because he was a Torah observant Jew, partly because like it's just logical. Like who would be against laws against assault or laws against theft? He was clearly in favor of those, and there's nowhere on record where he says that no, we should not punish the blasphemer, we should not punish the adulterer, we should not punish
He does.
assault.
There is a
He
record.
doesn't. He doesn't. You're just saying that
there's a literal. We just finished saying there is a pericope adulterate. You're just saying it's.
But he also said so. He also said turn the other cheek. If someone hits you,
Correct.
Turn the other. So that means he's against laws against assault. Using your interpretation.
On a personal level, Jesus advocated extreme pacifism and empathy. Right? Love your enemies. Love your enemies.
That's a personal ethic, right? So you can have a personal ethic, like the Prophet, peace be upon him. Also, there was a Jew, for example, in his time that came and grabbed him by his collar, and he had a certain debt, and the Jew demanded, pay back your money. The Prophet, peace be upon him, paid him back, and he required Muslims to pay back any kind of debt, even if it were a debt to a non-Muslim. So that's a personal ethic, that you can be kind and merciful in your personal interactions with people. You can be charitable. But there also has to be a law. There has to be a law that punishes criminal behavior and criminal offenses. And Islam and Christianity and Judaism believe that things like adultery or fornication or blasphemy, that falls under criminal punishment. And our history has been very clear. The tradition has been clear about that. It's only because of modern reform efforts that there's this dichotomy. Islam, is established on this kind of state religion, that you impose your religion by the state, but Christianity doesn't have, or even Judaism doesn't have these kinds of roots. But this is a false dichotomy.
No, I'm saying that Christianity could definitely be imposed by the state. They used to measure women's skirts to see, just in 20th century, early 20th century, how long the skirt is. The police used to give you a fine. They wouldn't kill you for it. But the difference, I'm trying to say, there's a word called disestablishment. Okay. This is important enough that I just want to say, can I share my screen? Can I show you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to share now or when you have it up?
Here, let me do it now. Yeah. 1 second. There we go.
You have to expand it because the text is too small.
Oh, apologies. How
like
is
Control plus or something?
Is that better?
More.
Okay. How's that?
Yeah.
You know what I'll do? Hold on. I figured it out. I will make the window smaller. How is that? Is that good?
You can still make it larger. It's hard to see.
Okay. How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. In England, disestablishment was the idea that you should separate church and state. Okay. And when your books, the things that are durable, the things that endure for hundreds of years, right? Whether it's the Sunnah about how the Prophet lived, right? Whether it's the Hadith, or whether it's the Quran, where they actually have the actual, sayings of and there's also the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And what I'm trying to say is this, that when a Christian church decides, hey, we're not going to enforce these things anymore, they can find a lot more support for that among the general public, the Christian public, because the Christian public, not that they even could read the Gospels because the church wouldn't let them read it, but if they did read it, they would find nothing in the Gospels about executing even homosexuals. They would find, and I'm talking about in the Gospels. So the Christians disregarded Leviticus, disregarded the Jewish scriptures, even saying these things, and they had believed that a new law came about, and those were the Old Testament laws. So it was a lot easier for a Christian society to abrogate, if you will, the prescriptive part. And for Muhammad,
so you could say that it's much easier for them to be influenced by the dominant political ideology. It's much easier for Christians and Jews
to
be influenced by the dominant political ideology. That's not
the Jews. Just
Muslim...
to be clear, not the Jews, because Jews are. We're talking about there's Orthodox Jews, or believers, Okay, there's ultra Orthodox, which are called Haredi. You see them in the big hats and the peyot, right, the long hair. These guys, no, they don't even. Many of them don't accept the state of Israel, like the Satmars, right, the original Chabad sect. Their connection is all insular. It's about living in their communities and with God. Okay, my point is that there's a lot of atheists and secular people and not very religious people, even among Muslims, even among Christians. Among Muslims, they're afraid to say it because maybe they will
No,
be.
are you talking about they're being paraded around? They have very lucrative careers as enlightened Muslims, and
Maybe in
yeah,
the
they
West.
exist. But
I
the
don't get
point,
paraded around in Saudi Arabia or Sudan or any of the other.
you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised of what's being promoted in
Oh yeah,
Saudi
what are
Arabia.
madkhalis? I always see you talking about madkhalis. What are those exactly?
Madkhalis, we can have a long discussion about them maybe some other time. But in a nutshell, it's basically they claim to be Salafi. Like, are you familiar with the term Salafi?
Yeah.
So they claim to be an offshoot of Salafi, or they don't even use the term Madkhali for themselves. They think it's pejorative. But basically, the central doctrine that they have that is heretical in reality is that you cannot criticize any ruler, any government. Originally, they had their doctrine was, well, you can't criticize the ruler of your own country, like a Muslim ruler, like you're in Saudi Arabia. You can't criticize the Saudi monarch because that is on par with blasphemy, basically, or that basically
he was
makes you a
appointed by
terrorist.
God, right? He was put there by God.
No, they don't even claim that. They have some bogus argument for why it's unheard of and historically, because you have a long tradition of Muslim scholars and even going back to the companions of the Prophet.
Have you looked?
Yeah, I've done a lot of research and a lot of
what is their
writing.
Rationale? Because Jesus says, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's." All the kings were appointed by God, and you can't not criticize, but you can't blaspheme your ruler. That is actually from the Jewish sect. Paul also knew that. When he criticized.
Yeah, but we don't have the same belief that the ruler of Pakistan is selected by God.
Of course, God. Okay, so you are modern in that sense.
No, but they claim that the ruler of Pakistan or Malaysia or wherever, it's not necessarily appointed by God, but Islam prohibits you from criticizing that ruler, even if the ruler is committing all kinds of crimes and is violating Islamic law, very, very blatantly. Like, they'll go to the extent of saying, if the ruler is fornicating with a prostitute on live TV, you cannot criticize that. Even if the ruler comes and rapes your wife in front of you, you are not allowed to criticize that. This is their actual belief. But this has nothing to do with Islam. This is a state invention. Basically, Saudi Arabia invented this kind of idea in the 1990s during the Gulf War in order to protect Saudi from Islamic criticism for their actions and their basically sponsorship of the Gulf War and allowing U.S. to launch their ground invasion from Saudi Arabia into Iraq. A lot of Muslims were saying that this is a clear violation of Islamic law. We have to criticize the Saudi government for doing this. Peaceful criticism. But they said even that, this is actually Islamically a violation of Islam for you to dare to speak out against the ruler.
This is where you have
this is ridiculous. It's just an invention.
Dueling versions. Okay, this is very interesting to me because I want to understand your viewpoint, Daniel, about Shia Islam and about Madkhalis. First of all, okay, Madkhalis, are they basically from the Wahhabist school, Al-Wahhab? Because they also don't like to be called Wahhabists. Wahhabi Islam doesn't like to be called Wahhabi. Are they also Wahhab or no?
I mean, according to that categorization of Wahhabi, they would be part of that group, but it's like a subsect. It's like a subgroup because Wahhabis not all of the people who are called Wahhabis will agree with the Madkhalis that you cannot criticize governments.
And this is what gets back to my point. Mm-hmm. So there's so many different versions of a religion, from Sufi Islam to Wahhabis, right, to Ahmadiyas, which you don't consider to be Islamic, to Shias, and so on. And so I'll ask you about your views. I'm extremely curious about where your viewpoints lie and with whom. And I want to ask you about the schools of jurisprudence and the 12 verse Shia, right? Whether the 12 companions of Muhammad were blameless, right, and perfect, and so those kinds of things. But before I do that, what you said is exactly correct. I, as a libertarian, am completely on board with what you're saying, right? You should be able to criticize your rulers. You know, do you criticize Hamas? Do you have any criticism of Hamas, for example?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think? No, nothing.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I said yes, and you said
Oh,
no.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have plenty
yes,
of criticism. Yeah.
Good. Give me one example of a criticism. I'll give you one of Likud, and then we'll move on.
No, I still don't have a clear answer from you. Let me make it very, very explicit. Like,
Sure, please.
do you think there should be laws that ban any kind of questioning of the Holocaust?
I'm a libertarian. I don't think there should be laws banning any peaceful activity whatsoever. But I'm just trying to say to you that peaceful activity.
The laws that exist now in many European countries and Canada, where if you have, not denying the Holocaust, but if you have like a different view that's not the historical established mainstream narrative, if someone criticizes maybe saying there's not 6 million, there's 5 million instead of 6 million, that's considered Holocaust denial. They'll be put in prison in certain countries like Germany or France. You're against those laws?
Well, it's not just the Holocaust. When I go on Electronic Intifada, they have a policy. I used to go on 10 years ago, with the same crappy law, wars and all this crap 10 years ago. And on their Electronic Intifada, they have 2 rules. There's Mando Weiss and Mando Weiss also. Don't question the Holocaust, but also don't question the Nakba. Okay. So in other words, the same, if you go and you say, well, you know, what if I said to you, Daniel, that the Deir Yassin massacre was also blown out of proportion, like 10/7, October 7th.
Well, I'm just pointing out the double standard, because you can deny legally. You can deny the Deir Yassin massacre, no problem. You can deny the Nakba. Zionists are denying the Nakba every day. There's no consequence. But if I say something, even not denying the Holocaust, but I say something that is not the canon or the official narrative regarding the Holocaust, then this stream will be banned. My channel will get deleted. I might get into legal trouble.
Capitalism.
I might be sued.
That's the government. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're part of a system where you're literally controlled. Even if you say, how about talk about black people? It's not just about Jews. This is the other thing. Try another minority group. Try talking about transgender people.
You can talk about other races. You can talk about black people. There is some analogous law.
So is there like a black cabal somewhere trying to shut down everything, or is it just like a cultural taboo where white allies will tell you, like, dude, like,
you can question slavery, you can question the nature of the slave trade, the African slave trade, you can question all historical events are up for question and debate.
Good.
But there are certain historical events, and pertaining to World War II, that it's legally you are prescribed from having any kind of investigation or denial or any kind of questioning.
So what's your question to me?
You disagree with that double standard?
So I want to be clear.
That's all.
Yeah. But again, I think that you in some way perpetuate. I'm sorry to tell you, right? But I think you've told me you want the death penalty for certain forms of speech, and that is apostasy
in Muslim land,
in Muslim countries. Yeah. In a Muslim country, can I talk about the slave trade, the African slave trade of their country? Do you know that in Mauritania they only outlawed it in the 21st century? Okay. In many other Arab countries, they've outlawed it in the 70s and 80s and 60s, right? I could go down the list. They had slavery until recently. Why is the Western slavery talked about way more? It's because I don't think you're allowed to talk about so much or criticize, like you're saying.
Again, that's not a good example, because in Islam, slavery is something that is legitimate. Like the institution of slavery is something that's morally legitimate. The Prophet, peace be upon him, had slaves. His companions have had slaves. So I'm not anti-slavery, actually. And the fact that this is the same kind of law that we find in the Talmud. Traditional Judaism also didn't have a moral problem with slavery, and no religion did. No religion, no political ideology had a problem with slavery. It was only because of the Industrial Revolution.
That's very oversimplifying. In traditional Judaism, I'm talking about the Israelite religion. You can go read it yourself in the Torah, right? There's certain ways you have to treat a slave, right? And by the way, the word
In Islam
slave,
too.
yeah, and the words I'm saying there's a lot of similarity, but the word slave also means worker, oved. Okay, avodah means work, and oved is a slave. And so the idea is that, well, for its time, it was progressive. There's this idea that during the time of the Israelites, okay, and people were poor. And you have to understand this also. The times have changed. People are rich now compared to even the Romans. So back then, to survive, you needed to work for some wealthy landowner, like Ruth worked for Boaz, the grandmother of King David. She, in the story of Ruth, she went and he had lots of people working for him. The distinction between a slave or slave girl or whatever, keep in mind, these people had nowhere to go. If they went somewhere, they were either in the forest, right? And they had to get some food somewhere. So they've joined some collective. So my point is, if you're treated nicely and you are a slave, what's the alternative? Whereas right now, if you're for slavery now, the question is why? We have robots, we have machines. What's the point of slavery now? Are you support
But
sex
if
slavery?
there's
Do you support
if
trafficking?
but before we get into sex slavery, let me ask you, like, what
Yeah.
if conditions change? Like maybe there's a huge solar flare and all of our technology and electronics are evaporated and people return to the state of poverty or destitution that existed 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago. So would you be in favor of the same institution of slavery, or you glossed it as workers? Would you be in favor of a return to that institution, given that the situation is now similar to what it was in biblical times?
Well, it's like the Sam Harris thing, can torture be justified in these exact conditions when there's a bomb and you have 10 seconds to defuse it?
Well, that was the majority. It's not like an outlier condition. This was the majority condition for the world, for human existence of
Yeah, then the Western
tens of
world,
thousands of years. We've
then the
had
Western
we'd have
world,
slavery. So if we do return to the dominant condition of humanity, the way that humans have been living for tens of thousands of years as a civilization, then you'd be in favor of slavery making a return.
if there was a post-apocalyptic Mad Max universe, then yeah, sure, I would be a utilitarian and survive the best I can. I don't really care at that point what the institutions do.
So we'd have to bring back, slave markets. We'd have to bring back,
See, this is again like, no, but this is the point. I, as a libertarian, right, and someone who believes in Judaism and Christianity to some extent, I haven't read the Quran enough to even evaluate, although they say it's a beautiful Arabic, but also Arabic is based on it. So it's like self-reinforcing, but whatever. As someone who, I talk about individuals. I don't talk about imposing on others. The Talmud writers were powerless. That's my point. The Christian founders were powerless. And you are asking, well, should we have institute this in society? That is a very statist society, very imposing on others viewpoint. I don't care. I honestly don't care what I would do in a Mad Max universe. We don't need to do that today.
It's not Mad Max. The majority of civilization wasn't a Mad Max scenario. Like, you just had a pre-industrial societies. You had major civilizations, major cities. It wasn't Mad Max. You had an organized agrarian society or agricultural pre-industrial societies. So it's not like Mad Max. Everyone's like eating each other alive.
Yeah, but before those societies, there were hunter-gatherers. They say that slavery started when people settled down and they got more diminutive stature even and different nutrition, and they would enslave others because they were tied to a piece of land. So clearly there's ways to live as hunter-gatherers as well. Lower calories, maybe. I don't know.
That's true. But if we return to a pre-industrial type of condition, you see the wisdom of slavery, basically.
Let me ask you, Daniel, I'm curious about your background, if you may.
Sure.
Your name is Daniel. That actually is a Hebrew name. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means?
Judged by God?
Daniel. God is my judge.
Yeah.
God is my judge. And the fact is, like, if we trace a lot of the evolution of these words, Allah is actually from the Jewish El. Okay, Allah. A lot of the ideas worship the same God. And so I want to know, like, what's your background? How did you come to Islam? Is your family, like, is your background Islamic?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they are. Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are.
I didn't come to Islam. My parents are immigrants from Iran.
Okay.
And I was born and raised in the United States, in the South, and went to public school. And they named me Daniel because Daniel is a common name in Iran, not just amongst Jews. There are a lot of Jews in Iran, but even amongst Muslims, they will use names like Daniel, or Davud, David. And in Islam, like Daniel is considered a prophet. David is obviously mentioned in the Quran. Daniel is not mentioned in the Quran, but is still considered a prophet because of other narrations and hadith. So this is, it's not an uncommon name, but
Okay.
that's my background.
Oh, that's awesome. First of all, okay, so that gives me perspective. So from Iran, so what's your relationship to Shia Islam and Twelver Shia? For the people listening, Twelver means, you believe that 12 people were sinless and perfect, obviously including Muhammad, peace be upon him, but also 11 other people, including Aisha, his daughter. What do you believe that? Do you believe that Twelver?
I was 12er Shia. And then I met Sunnis in high school, and I hadn't really had much interaction with Sunnis, so I kind of was interested, or I was kind of very proud to be Shia. And I said, well, they're Sunni. I bet they're wrong and I'm right. And I wanted to do research and kind of establish that, well, Shia is the correct interpretation of Islam, 12er Shia. And but then I came to the opposite conclusion. I came to the conclusion that actually Shia are they're not authentic. It's a deviant kind of belief system. And when you read their actual texts that I hadn't been aware of, and 99% of Shia haven't read those kinds of texts actually that are part of their tradition. They're not aware of some of the things that are in their text that they would be shocked to find. So when I found out that stuff, I read those books. I said, well, I can't be Shia because this is inauthentic.
Interesting.
So I became Sunni in high school.
So, okay. So what about, before I ask you about the details of that, because I am curious, right, about which Shia writings exposes Shias as being inauthentic. Similarly, like you critique the Talmud. What about Zaidi? Right, Zaidis and
Zaidis, they're a type of Shia. They're closer to Sunnis. Their beliefs are more similar to Sunnis than 12er Shia, but they're another group.
Not just another group. Ansar Allah, which people know as the Houthis, right? The Houthis in Yemen, it literally comes from majority Zaidis. So I guess my question, I've looked at some of your Twitter posts, and I got a little confused because I was like, is this guy supporting like Shias? Is he supporting Sunnis? Because on the one hand, you're always on criticizing Madkhalis, right? You're criticizing Sunnis for supporting their leaders, and you're praising the leaders of the resistance axis, let's just call it, right, of Islam.
I'm praising them.
Yeah, aren't you?
So legally, so this is something that I guess you would be against, but legally you can't really support some of these groups. So the claim, like the ADL claims,
by whose law? Which law? Which legally by what? Legal by Islam or what?
Counterterrorism laws in the United States. So
okay, sorry, you're not praising them. Fine, whatever. You are.
If you praise Hamas publicly, then that even privately, that can be considered material support of terrorism. And so that's
Hamas
been
Sunni, aren't they? So this is what's interesting. Hamas are Sunni, but they are. This is where my explanation works best because it doesn't matter Sunni, Shia. Hamas has become a proxy of Iran the same way that, say, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan were proxies of the U.S. against the Soviets. I get into that, and that's going to be the next section of like political, right? But here's my point: Palestinian Islamic Jihad is much more openly Shia aligned. They only praise Shias. They never praise Sunnis. I've never seen them, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and they get direct support. So does Hezbollah, right? So do the in Yemen, the Ansar Allah movement. So to me, that is Shia, right? To me, the Zaidis, the Zaidis, the Ansar Allah movement, and here we have the Hezbollah movement, right? We have Nasrallah. All of those are Shia. And Hamas is like this outlier who is Sunni, but they got the support because of political reasons, because Tehran wants to fight against Western imperialism. You saw they can't do it themselves. They expose themselves So they're going to have these proxies, and everyone does this. But I guess I'll get into that next. But my question to you is, like, I didn't understand where you're going. Like, you don't support stable governments in the Sunni Arab world. Like, the entire Hijaz is stable now. Isn't that good? Like,
Well, it's
do you
stable
support the
through
rulers?
repression. It's stable through, these countries are because many of these countries have military bases of the United States
Okay.
within their borders. So how can we can't really call these countries autonomous or sovereign, because if you have the military base of a foreign power established within your country, not one, not two, but sometimes dozens, then how can we consider them to be a sovereign state? Yeah, they're stable because they repress
Germany's a
any
sovereign
kind of.
state. Germany has, after the World War II, has U.S. troops
Well,
present.
Putin
And is
called
demilitarized.
Germany and the EU vassal states.
So you agree with Putin on that?
Yeah, I do think that these countries are vassal states of the United States. And I do think that Israel has an outproportioned or disproportionate influence on the United States foreign policy. So
Okay,
that's
so as far as I
to
can
lay my
piece
cards on
together,
the table.
that's
'Cause
fine.
you're asking me
Listen,
these questions, so I want to answer you as honestly as possible.
and I think I've been answering you honestly as well, right?
Yep.
So basically, let's move to the modern world and the modern policies. Okay, I think that Islam is also a political ideology, which I've been saying. It's not just a religion. It will be a political ideology. If you're in Turkey, which is the modern country of Turkey, you're going to have Islamists and Islamist parties trying to make the country more Islamic. Okay. In Pakistan, in Indonesia, in other places, they may be secular now to some extent, but then you'll have Islamists. And what empires do, and I'm talking about empires like the Soviet Union, the US, which Western liberalism, or in this case, the Ottoman Empire, whatever. What they do is they go all the way to the people who don't like the other empire on the outskirts, and they say to them, we're going to fund you, give you weapons, sponsor you, and you can fight, right? The US did this with Kurds against Saddam Hussein and then abandoned the Kurds. They did this with the Afghans. Now, here's my view of this whole thing, and I think this is going to explain to you my view on the Israel-Palestine war as a proxy war. Okay, just a special case of the utter horrific things that governments do around the world. Okay, there's many things governments do, but one of the biggest dick moves that they do is they sponsor militant organizations which don't follow the rule of law. They don't follow because they're militant. That's what they care about. They're not going to administer a pension fund. Okay, they give them weapons, Stinger missiles, whatever, and they say your cause is just. You're going to have your homes and your mosques back again. Go do it. What I said is a literal quote of Brzezinski during the Carter administration to the Mujahideen. Get the Soviets out. You're going to get your mosques and your homes back again. And can I share my screen one more time? I'm going to show. Yep. Okay. So Palestine, Russia relations. If people dig into this on Wikipedia and others, you will find that, in fact, the KGB was responsible for arming and training most of the Palestinian militia groups. Egypt, the Arab League, was playing a secondary role even. So in fact, it was the KGB which decided which groups should receive the money and the weapons. By 1972, the Soviets had declared the Palestinian movement the vanguard of the Arab liberation movement, and they opened an embassy in Moscow. Arafat was trained by the KGB, and there are some articles that Abbas may have been as well, but Abbas is a sweetheart. He's a nice guy. But my point is this, whether it's the PFLP, which was at the time Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, look at these groups. They're the second largest of the groups in the PLO. Guess what they were? They were a ideology, communism, Marxism, Leninism, revolutionary socialism, secularism, right? So you could see the KGB are all over this. Okay, they are not like Hamas, representatives of the Ummah. Okay,
so do you think like that it's analogous for me to point out the groups that were involved in militant advocacy or militant activity before the establishment of Israel
Yes.
officially.
Yes.
Irgun, Lehi, they're Jewish terrorist groups, right?
Yes.
You
Correct.
agree with that?
I
And they
totally
were
agree.
also they were funded externally and they were trained externally as well by
But
European
history
Jews.
also, I should point out, people say history didn't begin on October 7th, and people
Yeah.
say, what about the last 75 years? Very cherry picking those 75 years. History didn't begin on this time either. So Irgun was founded in 1931, and Lehi, though, just to be clear, was founded in 1940. Okay. And I totally agree that they were terrorist groups, just like, for example, the Black Hand. In Al-Qassam, after whom the Al-Qassam brigades named their rockets and named themselves. Izz-ad-Din al-Qassam started around that same time killing Jews. It was a jihadist militant group the other way. So I completely agree there were militant groups. And that's my whole point, is that, what the British did with these guys, they put them in jail. They try to get rid of them. And similar with the Jewish groups. The problem is that what the USSR did and what U.S. did in Contras in Nicaragua and Afghan Mujahideen, don't you see the pattern here? Is they
But the
came over
difference
there.
with the Palestinians is that they're trying to defend against this colonial enterprise, whereas these Jewish terrorist groups, they're being funded on the outside from the outside in order to establish this kind of or they're trying to remove the Palestinians who are living there. The Palestinians who are already established on that land, they're being cleansed, and these acts of terrorism are perpetuating that, what's leading to the Nakba. And then you have groups like Qassam Brigade or the Black Hand or these who are reaction. They're reacting in order to defend, in the same way that any kind of colonial enterprise meets with reaction or meets with armed resistance. In South Africa, you have Nelson Mandela. He was considered a terrorist. He was fighting against the white South Africans,
Right.
and they're committing acts of terrorism. But no one would say that, okay, this is that Nelson Mandela's terrorism is on the same level as what the white South Africans were doing in apartheid South Africa. There's no equivalency that's set up because with the in the light of history, we can see that one side is a colonial power perpetuating apartheid, and then you have a violent reaction to that. In the same way, you have this kind of colonial enterprise of Israel, the Israeli state, and it was perpetuated through terrorism that led to the Nakba, etc. They're being funded from the outside, and then you have a group of resistance that is the people resisting that colonial project. And yeah, there could be funding from the outside, but I don't see that as being.
You support the funding from the outside? That's my question to you.
I support resistance. Okay, so I don't support any particular group. It's in fact illegal for me to say that I support X, Y, or Z group, because that by U.S. law is considered material support.
Right. Forget the word support.
So resistance, like resistance against the colonial, in the same way that I would support Nelson Mandela, I support the Palestinian groups that are resisting. I don't endorse or agree with if those groups engage with terrorism, if they go and they deliberately attack a civilian area and they cause even if there was no law regarding counterterrorism, I would still say that as a Muslim, Islamically, it's illegitimate to go and attack a civilian area in a way that is going to kill women and children and elderly and even rabbis or priests. Like, this is contrary to Islam. It's contrary to Islamic law. Groups like ISIS wants to kill me. Like,
what
ISIS
about
wants
Hamas? Then
Hamas does not do that. Hamas does not endorse just terrorism in that kind of way. And I don't consider October 7th.
So many of their spokesmen literally say Fathi Hamad. He has been there for 10 years, right? He literally goes out and says, "Let's kill a lot of the Jews." Jews, by the way, they don't say Zionists. Yehudi is an Arabic word. It means Jews. If
you look at Hamas's charter, they make it very. If you look at their charter, and I've showed it on stream a couple of times now, they say very clearly that our problem is not with Jews globally. It's not with Judaism as a religion or Jews as a race. Our problem is with the occupation. and those who are participating in the occupation. You have Jews like Norman Finkelstein who will go into
Yeah,
and
he
meet with
will.
Hamas leaders, and he'll
I
go
know
into
Norm.
Gaza.
I know
Yeah,
him
so
myself.
so
Yeah.
does Norm think that Hamas is out to kill all Jews? No, he makes the distinction
Actually,
that no, they have
Norm
a
is not.
problem.
Norm has historically not been very in favor of Hamas. He was more in favor of Fatah, the secular.
Sure, but how would he characterize Hamas as just they're just anti-Semites who they're only motivated by hatred of, like, an irrational hatred of
No,
Jews?
it's not an irrational hatred. Here, I think this 1 minute video. Can I play this 1 minute video for you? This is going to explain exactly what it is.
It's not copyrighted, isn't?
It's not copyrighted.
Because that could get channel in trouble.
This is fair use, even if it was. It's a 1 minute clip in order to explain, so it's not copyrighted.
Okay, let's see. There's no sound.
There's no sound, right? Okay, give me 1 moment. I apologize. I know how to do this. I have to do it in a different browser. Sorry about that. This is a very important.
Now you can't see the screen.
Okay, give me 1 second. Present. I'm going to show in this browser. This is whenever I do my show, I love presenting a screen because I get to show everything I'm saying, as informative as it may be, is 10 times better because
I agree.
1,000 words. Here's a video. Here is exactly to the letter what the Soviets did in Palestine, we did in Afghanistan. You just don't know about Afghanistan. People don't know about Sudan. People don't know about many things. Here is the national advisor to Carter. Here's what he did and the CIA did. Here we go.
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski.
Wait, you're showing the wrong browser.
Ooh, sorry. Stop screen. Present. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Technical. All right. This is it. Okay. This is it. You see this? Here's in 1 minute, you will find exactly what the Soviets did to the Palestinians. This is a proxy war. Here, I'll show you. This is what we did in Afghanistan versus the Soviets the other way.
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role. On the Afghan border near the Khyber Pass, he urged the soldiers of God to redouble their efforts.
We know of their deep belief in God, and we are confident that their struggle will succeed. You know, that land over there is yours. You'll go back to it one day because your fight will prevail and you'll have your homes and your mosques back again because your cause is right and God is on your side.
Listen what he says next.
The purpose of coordinating with the Pakistanis would be to make the Soviets bleed for as much and as long.
Basically, they're cynically using the Pashtun tribes and the Afghans and sending
their interests are aligned.
You won't believe how old she
So
is.
I'm actually so I'm fine. Like, I wouldn't say that the Mujahideen in Afghanistan or the Taliban did something wrong by taking U.S. support. So I don't know what you're trying to prove with that example.
Here's my proof. 2 million human beings, Afghans, died in the following 7-year war.
It could have been 3 million or 4 million if the U.S. hadn't provided them with any kind of arms to defend themselves. It could have been a lot more.
Now we get into
it would have been a lot more.
Now we get into a real disagreement. Me as a libertarian.
Because it's not like the USSR was just like this benign group. Oh, we're just here in Afghanistan. And the USSR had slaughtered millions of Muslims in Central Asia, and they wanted to do the same thing in Afghanistan, bring everything under USSR control. So they fought back against that. Yeah, there were unfortunately many who died, but it wasn't because the US is injecting funding and weapons into Afghanistan that those millions died. It was because of the USSR as this kind of colonial imperialistic state that's trying to take land. And that's exactly what Israel is doing.
So here I have, if I can share my screen from time to time, let me make it bigger.
Sure, yeah.
Make it bigger. Here is the Jericho Conference in 1949, after the Nakba, after the Civil War, where you correctly said Jews had terrorist groups, Arab said terrorist groups, and they had a holy war. Okay, the Arab literally they had an army which they called the Army of the Holy War, Jaish al-Jihad al-Muqaddas. Muqaddas is holy, right?
Mhm.
So that was the group that attacked Israel. Well, I shouldn't say. Yeah, actually, Israel was proclaimed. It was like the Israeli state, and then before. Sorry, I apologize. A year before Israel was even formed, they basically were funded by, sent by Al-Husseini, a brother of the Mufti Al-Husseini, in order to attack the Jews. And so, okay, so there's a Nakba, there's a displacement of people, just like there was in India and Pakistan.
Where do they say they hate all Jews?
Oh, what are you talking about? Al-Husseini? He hated. Yeah.
Where do you see them saying, any of these militant groups, that this is like they're motivated by hatred of just Jews and their project? Because this is what Hamas is accused of. This is what Hamas is accused of, but we don't see any, like, if we look at Hamas's statement.
Sowed the seeds of not everyone. Okay, so this is important. Let me go over in 5 minutes or 3 minutes. I'm going to go over the actual story of the region of Palestine. Okay. I guess we can start it.
Before you change the subject,
let's
look at
go ahead.
Hamas. Okay, this is
before we change the subject. Yeah. So here's what I was
charter, right?
Yeah.
So I want to see where they're saying we have a problem with Jews.
Okay.
And we hate Jews. So okay, the
so
Palestinian cause in its essence.
I'll show you on the screen. Basically, people can go look this up. One moment. Abd al-Hadi.
Here, the Zionist Project. The Zionist Project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, and an expansionist project based on seizing the property of others. It is hostile to the Palestinian people and their aspiration for freedom, liberation, return to self-determination. The Israeli entity is the plaything of the Zionist Project and its base of aggression. The Zionist Project does not target the Palestinian people alone. It's the enemy of Arab and Islamic Ummah, posing a grave threat to its security and interests. It's also hostile to the Ummah's aspirations for unity. It also poses a danger to international security and peace to mankind and its interest in stability. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist Project, not with the Jews.
Correct.
Because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they're Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. So when you have some of these Palestinian leaders who are saying Yahud, 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 Jews, it's not because they have this anti-Semitic hate towards Jews for being Jews. It's because the Israelis identify themselves as Jews, and that's the term that they use, and that's the struggle is against those Zionists. So this is important for people to understand that when it comes to Islam, and this is the kind of comparison that we want to make. It's claimed by Zionists that Muslims have this animosity towards Jews, and this is belied by history because Jews have been able to live with Muslims for centuries, literally centuries, and Jews have preferred to actually have Muslim rule over them as opposed to Christian rule, for example. All of the conflict between Muslims and Jews is a result of this Zionist colonial project. And the whole point of me pointing out the Talmud is that if you want to accuse Islam of having some kind of hatred towards another race or another religion, that's a false ascription to Islam. But let's look at the Jewish text, and we'll see a lot of racial supremacy. We'll see a lot of hatred.
Sure, let's look at that. But again,
this is a double standard. This is a double standard that has to be called out.
So I just want to be clear. This is the thing that I push back against, right? So we had a lot of agreement. So here's where I push back. First of all, you're wrong that Hamas does not want to kill Jews. Okay. Who is Hamas? Hamas. First of all, you have to understand that Hamas is an acronym. Do you know what it stands for?
Yeah, it's Hizb al-Muslimin or Haraka.
The movement, harakat.
Yeah, the movement of
Yeah, go ahead.
it's Muslimin or hold on. No,
You could
go ahead
Google
and
it.
tell me.
You can Google it. Go ahead.
Okay, let's look at this.
Okay.
حركات المقاومة
There
الإسلامية.
you go. There you go. Muqawama. So here's my question to you. First of all, I keep going on tangents, but they're important tangents. Muqawama means resistance. That is the word in Arabic, muqawama.
Yep.
Struggle, resistance, struggle is jihad. Okay. There's a group called Palestinian Islamic Jihad. By the way, I notice no one in the West says I support Islamic Jihad, but actually they are much more liked in Gaza, in Gaza, a lot than Hamas because they haven't been so corrupt. But the point is this: what is the difference between muqawama, resistance, and jihad? There have been studies that show Hamas evolving from a jihadist organization, right? Someone who, the lesser jihad. Why don't you tell the viewers what is the difference between a greater jihad and the lesser jihad, right? This is an important distinction in Islam.
No, jihad means struggle. So you can have a lesser jihad that is like your struggle against the nafs or the ego, your struggle to avoid your desires or to not cave into your desires, and your so that would be the lesser jihad according to this narration that's referred to. Some will disagree that it's an authentic narration, and then the greater jihad is the or vice versa. The greater jihad is struggling against the self, and the lesser jihad, according to this particular narration, is fighting physically in war.
Okay, so again, I didn't realize I did a bunch of research, right? I said I need like a week to I think that some of the research I did is very important because like I know what Hamas, stands for, and jihad. It's important to understand these concepts. The lesser jihad, I'm going to share my screen one more time, if you don't mind. So to show the Wikipedia on jihad, what it is. Let me make a smaller screen.
Which screen? Okay.
Let's see. Is this? Oh, sorry. I think I'm showing the wrong screen. Present, share screen. All right. This is where it's going to become a lot more interesting if I can share my screen, because then the viewers can see what I'm saying and not just talking. Here. Okay. Can you see my screen where it says jihad is classified into inner jihad and outer jihad, right?
Yeah.
The jihad of the sword is essentially, it's important to understand it is to resist a ruler that is over you, or maybe resist unbelievers. Okay. And this is actually commanded by Muhammad. This is what I was trying to show before. This is not just about apostates, people who would forsook Islam. This is about polytheists. Okay. And I'm talking about the mishkurin, like
mushrikun.
Mushrikun, yeah, shirk. Shirk is polytheism, right? Daniel, do you believe that Christians are shirk or not? Are they?
No, see, this is, you have to really study Islam a little bit more deeply than just Wikipedia.
I understand.
Shirk, Christians commit shirk, Jews commit shirk.
Fine.
But they're not categorized as mushrikun.
But Hindus
still
for
considered...
sure are shirk. Okay, so Hindus are for sure mushrikun because they have multiple gods, many gods.
Yeah, so they are considered mushrikun, but so there's like a theological designation, and then there's also a legal designation. So within some of the madhahib of Islam, the schools of thought within Islam, even the Hindus were considered to be people of the book, and that is something that is well established within the
someone who is a
Hanafi
Hanif,
madhab.
Someone who maintains monotheism amid essentially Jahiliyyah. I had to basically these are like the Noahide laws. These are people who are not Jews but believe in one God. Similarly, Muslims have the same exact concept called Hanif, someone who is a renunciate, maintains pure monotheism even amid basically what
I mean, what's your point about jihad though? Like, can you tell us?
Here's my point. Muslims are commanded in the Quran, because you've asked, can you, not just you, people have asked me, can you show any surahs or anything that says, well, you should kill unbelievers and so on? I mean, here's one. Once the sacred months have passed, right? Once you, okay, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. But if they repent, perform prayers, and pay the jizya, right, tax, then you set them free. Indeed, Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. So there is a way out for them, just like with the Canaanites in the ancient, when the Israelites came. But the point is that Jews only want that small piece of land, and Canaan, right? You were safe if you were elsewhere in the world. But Islam is not just about one specific piece of land. This will come to everybody eventually if they are polytheists.
Same in Judaism. In fact, Judaism is much more expansive, because in Judaism they don't tolerate you to have a religion other than either you become a Jew or you practice the Noahide laws. You're not allowed to actually be a Muslim or a Christian. If you're a Christian, you refuse to give up your Christianity, then you're executed. And this is the law of the Melchamet.
Executed? Wait, one moment.
Yeah, for idolatry. This is what Maimonides cites in the Mishnah Torah.
Okay, so again, just to be clear, yes, you're right. The Maimonides, by the way, he lived in an Islamic culture, and he was very much influenced by the Islamic culture. Let me show my screen one more time. This is going to show you about the Jews. This is one of.
But you're comparing the this verse of the sword in Surah Toba with the Canaanite verse. But the Canaanite verse is advocating a genocide. The sword verse does not say kill women and children and just wipe them out and wipe out their memory. There's not an exact analogy there.
So first of all, a few things. One is when you criticize the Talmud, I keep going back to this. The Talmud was written by a powerless group of people, and so was the original gospel.
So you don't believe it's the oral law?
Whether or not it's the oral law, and by the way, I personally.
Well, what do Jews believe? Like the traditional Jews believe it's from God.
Believe that it is the oral law. Yes, correct.
Revealed by God to Moses.
And even Sam Harris will tell you that if the Jews had their Sanhedrin back and the Muslims would have allowed them to build their temple, Muslims are not allowing the Jews to build their temple. But if they did build the temple and they had a Supreme Court which would go through due process, and they said that even 2,000 years ago, the most bloodthirsty Supreme Court would execute one person per 7 years or something like that. Now, I take that with a grain of salt, even though Jews are saying that. Who knows? There's things for adultery.
But the laws on the books, so you have these laws on the books. You're pointing to the Quran. You're saying, well, the Quran came in a time where the Prophet and the Muslims were dominant politically, but Jews didn't have power. But Moses also, like the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Moses also was ruling over a state. He did have power. He did have armies, and he did impose the law, which includes the oral law and the written law. And that's what Jews believe. Even if historically, like Muslim apologists make this move too. Like when someone like you will question a Muslim about the law of apostasy, they'll engage in this kind of apologetic of, but it was rarely ever applied.
Correct.
And the response, the rational response or rebuttal to that is like, okay, fine, it wasn't applied, but it's still a law on the books. It's still a law, and you believe it's from God. So you have to own it. You have to own that. In a similar way, you have to own like these kinds of laws that are found in the Talmud, that are found within, Maimonides is one of the greatest rabbis, one of the greatest scholars. If he says that we have to spread Judaism, and whether this comes with the reestablishment of the temple or the coming of the Messiah, we will spread Judaism to every corner of the globe. If we have the power to do so, we will spread it to every corner of the globe. We will execute the idolaters. We will, raise the mosques.
No.
This is what Maimonides says.
This is okay. So I'm not an expert on Islam, so I will ask questions, right? I don't tell you what it says. I first ask you. What you're quoting there is a misrepresentation. Maimonides said you have to impose the Talmud on the Jewish inhabitants of the Jewish cities everywhere in the world, and the people who don't follow it among the Jews need to be But let me show my screen, because this is the important part. This is what I want to explain to you. You're saying, first of all, you're a little bit misrepresenting that he said it only for the Jews around the world, not everybody. Jews don't want to spread their religion to everybody. If a person comes to a Jewish rabbi, they have to ask 3 times. The rabbi is going to turn them away.
No, the majority will be forced to follow the Noahide laws.
Here's what, okay, so this is my main thing, and please let me keep the screen for 1 minute, a couple minutes.
This is not, by the way, this is not just Maimonides. This is straight from the Hebrew Bible. The Torah is the one that lays out these laws.
But the difference is, and this gets to the core of our disagreement, okay? Why you had me on, I had a lot of agreement. Here's my disagreement. Ancient Judaism, at a time when people were poor, at the time when wars were happening every day, okay? It says in the book of Kings, in the time the kings go out to war every year. In those times, you could have slavery, you could have all these things, and I can understand why those times were rough. Maybe not Mad Max rough, but rough. But what I'm saying to you is today, the people that have books written by a powerful person are Muslims. And what I'm trying to say is...
And Jews.
And
Moses was not powerful. He was.
Okay. That's a good point. There you have a complete one-to-one. So I will agree with you there. Jews have books where the Torah tells them to kill Amalek. Not the Torah, but yeah, the Tanakh. So you got me there, right? But what I'm going to tell you is, you talk about powerless rabbis in the Talmud writing stuff, and we could go through every one of those things. And even if, which is not true, even if they said, kill them all, kill everybody, rape everybody, do everything, they didn't. But let's just say, okay, I'm saying in practice, because Judaism is such a small religion, doesn't accept converts very much, and Islam has 1 billion people, you got actual Islamic states when, for example, 3 billion Bengali Hindus were killed and 200 to 400,000 Bengali women were raped. We have things like this, where you have Pakistan's imams declared the Bengali Hindu women to be war booty. And war booty is an Islamic concept. Okay? This is where I have a problem with. And I want to get into...
You have a problem with concubines.
I have a problem...
sex concubines. That's what you have a problem
No,
with.
I have a problem. So wait, do you support essentially this systematic rape, genocidal rape of 200 to 400,000 women? These are women. They present.
We don't have. This is not something within Islamic law. You can't rape on the battlefield. You're thinking of the Mishnah Torah. You're thinking about Maimonides. In Islam, we don't have a law. Unlike in Judaism, Islam does not have a law where the Muslim soldier is allowed to rape women on the battlefield.
Yes,
that's what Maimonides says Jews are allowed to do, and that's what the chief rabbi of the IDF said, that Jewish soldiers are allowed to rape on the battlefield, and then you can kill the person that you rape. Even a 3-year-old girl can be raped and murdered according to Judaism. That's not in Islam.
Okay, in practice,
concubines, yes, but concubinage is not the same as raping a woman on the battlefield and then killing her.
Okay, so
rape is completely illegal within Islam.
Okay, so while I can go in, if you have me on the screen here, I can show you verses on the Quran if you want, the surahs.
No, I know. I'm the one who is going to admit to you 100% that in Islam we do have concubines. Sex slavery. I admitted that we have slavery. We have hudud, lashing, corporal punishment. We have laws against apostasy, punishment for blasphemy. I'm the one who's admitting
blasphemy.
Yes,
simply for
speech. Yes, I conceded all of that. But the thing is, in Judaism, you have not only the same things, but it goes much further, because in Islam we don't have rape on the battlefield. In Judaism, you do.
Look, in a theoretical universe where Jews went from being 15 million people to being 2 billion people and took over all the countries, maybe you should have Jewphobia. But people have Islamophobia because of the very things you just admitted to.
But that's found in Judaism as well. So you're saying that, okay, Islamophobia is legitimate because we have these things, but in Judaism you have these things. In the Talmud you have these things as well. So then maybe anti-Semitism is justified according to that logic. This is exactly the double standard, my friend.
And I'm trying to resolve and explain to you why. Okay, first of all, just to be fair to the Muslims, which Daniel, you're not being, but I want to be. There are a huge percentage, maybe the vast majority of Muslims, are more libertarian, live and let live people. They do not want to impose Sharia on you. They don't want to cut off the hands of thieves, even though it says that in their books. And they don't, just like the lapsed Catholics, okay? Many people are not as devout as you, and I'm happy for that, because again, you believe it's God's law that they should do that. But that's what will make groups, not even like ISIS, but the groups that have stable governments, have these laws. If an Islamic party gets into power, like they did in Pakistan, like Zia-ul-Haq, who killed, by the way, 25,000 Palestinians in Jordan, just in 11 days, killed them. But never mind, no one cares about that. But that Zia-ul-Haq went on to rule Pakistan for 10 years. He Islamicized that. Hamas Islamicized Gaza. When they get in power, I'm saying more Islamic-minded people, they put Hudad laws on the books. You do whip people. You do in Iran.
These laws existed for centuries. That's, these laws, these non-liberal types of regulations existed within Muslim societies for centuries and generations.
Right.
Then there was a forced secularization that took place through colonialism, through imperialism by the West, and secularized these countries and imposed a kind of European or Western reformed law. Now you have Islamic movements who want to return to the type of governance, society that existed prior to Western interference.
Let me ask you a question here on my screen here.
Wait, but first let me show you my screen. Here you have from Deuteronomy 20. What's going on? 10 through 15. It's the laws of war. And these were then elaborated on by the rabbis.
But again, see, this is what you do. I know.
When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. So you showed this. I showed the sword verse from the Quran on the screen, and you read it. So let's read the analogous verse.
Go ahead and read it, please.
When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced slavery, and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace, and they engage you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put the sword, all the men in it. Kill all the men. As for women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. This is how you are to treat all the cities that are at a distance from you and do not belong to the nations nearby. So what the rabbis said is that this verse of the Torah is referring to a voluntary warfare, milchamem reshut, which means that this is for cities that are away from Israel. So theoretically, any part of the world outside of the promised inherited Israel, land given by God to the Israelites, this is how you're supposed to treat them. You go, you offer them peace. If they accept the peace, you enslave them. If they don't accept the peace, you execute them, and you take the women and children and livestock as your plunder, your booty, right? The war booty that you're talking about. So this is in the Hebrew Bible, the Torah. It's not in the Ketuvim or the Nevi'im. It's in the Tanakh, or the Torah, rather. So this is the analogous, and it's much more hardcore than anything.
It's
in Islam.
Okay. Now, may I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about hardcore, I just want to be clear. You're absolutely right that is in the Torah, and that is for the Jews of that time, and that was limited. What I'm saying to you, and this is extremely important, is that the very people ruling Palestine, the Ottomans, literally killed hundreds of thousands of people, whether it was the Armenian genocide or under Sultan Hamid, or whether they killed the Assyrians, or whether in Iran, where you are from, they killed the Zoroastrians, okay? Convert or die. What I'm saying to you is that Islam actually in practice has governments. And again, not only Islam, please understand, this happened under communism. This happened when Winston Churchill had the Bengali famine and so on. But what I'm saying is, in practice, the Jews do not, throughout history, actually do any of these things for the last 2,500 years.
They didn't have power to do it. They didn't have power
That's my
to it.
point. They have no power to do
Soon
it.
as they got power, they started massacring Muslims. As
What?
soon as Jews got power,
Where?
with the creation of the state of Israel, groups like Lehi, Ergun, all these terrorist groups that you acknowledge are terrorist groups, they began committing massacres. And now you have the Israeli state.
They were attacked.
You have the
What
Israeli
about the
state.
attacks?
Let me finish my point. Because
Go
you want
ahead.
to portray Muslims as these bloodthirsty killers.
No, I'm not portraying Muslims as a bloodthirsty. I am simply saying that, please understand what I'm saying. When Iran responds to an attack, I don't blame Iran. You should respond to an attack. Okay? When Jews respond after the 1929 Hebron massacres and many other massacres, when they did not have Lehi, they did not have Ergun, Israel didn't exist. You can't blame future organizations for what you're doing now. So I understand why they would form groups, self-defense groups. Even Meir Kahane, which I disagree with the nationalist Jewish movement.
They're constantly committing acts of terror against Muslims. Mir Kahane, they're constantly advocating for terrorism openly on social media. Do you know how many Mir Kahane trolls are in my comment section, talking about massacring the Goyim very proudly?
Massacring the nations of the world.
Yeah, so these are Jews who now they have power, they have political power.
Daniel,
and all Jews are not like this. Many Jews like you will condemn these groups, and
many Muslims are not like this. Many Muslims are not jihadis.
No, but I don't equate a group like Hamas or Palestinian Jihad to Mir Kahane terrorists who are burning homes down and killing women and children. Hamas, I read you their charter. They're fighting against a Zionist occupation, a military occupation that has subjected them for over 75 years. That is a legitimate resistance. There's legitimate resistance that's acknowledged in international law that the Palestinians are engaged in. That's not the same as an occupying force. These Mir Kahane terrorist settlers that are attacking Palestinians in the West Bank, and they're burning their houses or just shooting their children, pouring gasoline on their children, and then lighting the match on a Palestinian child.
That's incredibly
the kind of terrorism, but they justify it according to Talmudic texts. They justify it according to what the rabbis are teaching in the yeshivas there. I have cited the kind of speech that the rabbis at B'nai David, one of the premier yeshivas that Benjamin Netanyahu speaks at and gives press conferences at. And the rabbis there say that, the world should be dominated by the Jewish race because we're superior genetically. And
I've seen all these videos where they cherry pick,
but they're the rabbis. It's not me cherry picking it.
I got it.
It's the rabbis who are inspiring Jews to commit these acts of violence based on religious texts. So if you want to launch that kind of argument against Muslims and say, well, it's not in the Quran, you have the sword verse, and then you have what the Ottomans did, which, by the way, is a reaction to the massacres of Muslims in the Caucasus, the massacres that took place against Muslims in the Caucasus. So the Ottomans were reacting to Christian violence, by the way.
When were those massacres in the Caucasus taking place?
I mean, this is right before the massacres that you mentioned.
Okay, so when? What year?
The historical context of the 19th century with the massacre of Christians, of Muslims in the Caucasus. That is a very important history that leads up to communism, that leads up to the massacre of Muslims in Russia, that leads to the massacre of Muslims in, you mentioned Afghanistan. What about Kazakhstan?
Muslims were persecuted
all of these
too. Please understand, as a libertarian, I'm saying all the governments have done this. Many, not all, okay? Some governments, very few, but some are nice. But okay, you've spoken for a lot. You've a lot of topics. I need a few 2 minutes to unpack and address what you're saying. Do you want me to address what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, before you address, so I mentioned massacres, but I want you to react specifically to this point because you want to say that Jews don't have a history of killing, but you have to admit that foreign policy, specifically in the war on terror, has been driven by neocons, and neocons are predominantly Zionists. And the war on terror has resulted
in predominantly not Jewish, by the way. They're not Jewish.
No, well, it's disproportionately Jewish. Disproportionately Jewish. When you have
a lot of things are disproportionately Jewish. Science is disproportionately Jewish. So is that like a conspiracy too? I mean,
no.
Jews are just successful to get into those positions in those countries.
we can bring up the Wikipedia list of the promoters of the
and you
Gulf
even
War
said
invasion.
yourself it's mostly Ashkenazi.
AIPAC. Like, do you deny like AIPAC is primarily Zionist?
AIPAC is Zionist. Like basically AIPAC.
Do you deny that they have this disproportionate influence on U.S. policy?
They have a
or is it
disproportionate-
anti-Semitic to say that?
They have a disproportionate influence because the U.S. is full of Christian fundamentalists and people in the Christian lobby support whatever AIPAC says. So AIPAC by itself doesn't have the influence. It's the fact that they're supported by U.S. Christians. And I should point out, Daniel, that Christians in Europe and elsewhere, Catholics, were not at all pro-Zionist like the American Protestant groups. So Christians are varied, Muslims are varied, and let me tell you, the Christians weren't protecting the Jews. They weren't even protecting the Jews during a lot of the... Now, many Christians were protecting the Jews. I just want to be clear, there's many different ones. But a lot of the Catholics, they had their own problems. The Poles were being massacred. Polish people were being massacred during the Second World War. And they were Catholic, okay? So to say you can't paint everybody with a broad brush. I'm not painting all Muslims, as you could see, with a broad brush.
I definitely don't paint Jews with a broad brush because there are many anti-Zionist Jews, and there are many Jews they're anti-war activists.
What does it mean? Okay, so again, you say these things, but I don't have time to address all of them, so I just pick one to aim at. You talk about massacres. I feel that's extremely important to talk about. Can I talk about massacres?
Well, I just want us to acknowledge the war on terror, that 2 to 4 million Muslims in the past 20 years have been murdered by the war on terror, the invasions of Iraq, Afghanistan,
and by other Muslims.
Libya.
What about that? What about the fact that a lot of the people in Iraq were Muslims killing other Muslims?
They're funded by U.S.-Israeli empire.
It's not as simple as that. You know who they were funded by also? This is where you need to understand. The Soviets had a propaganda campaign, and everything you're saying about the Palestinian national causes is word for word what the Soviets published openly. And if I show my screen, I'll show you. But then, even more successful than the Soviets were the Saudis. Like you said, and probably will agree with me on this. From the 80s onward, for about 25 years, the Saudis spent $75 billion on this Salafi education, to export this movement of Salafia, Wahhabi Islam. Okay, who do you think attacked in Syria? Who do you think these groups are? You say Jews are behind everything, behind ISIS.
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't say Jews are behind everything.
Zionists.
But you are the one who said that there is a disproportionate influence of Zionists in U.S. foreign policy. You're the one who acknowledged that Israel does.
Why is that?
Israel does.
Why is that? Because the American Christians have a specific. They're sympathetic, like we are sympathetic to the Saudis. We're more than Iran.
Who's funding someone like Billy Graham? Who is sponsoring the Schofield Bible?
A lot of people are.
Who is creating this idea that, or who's pushing Vatican II, like the Catholic Church reform? Because the Catholic Church, you might have heard, is a very anti-Semitic institution historically, in the sense that they believe.
Not after Paul Francis, he pardoned all the Jews as soon as he came in.
Yes,
like,
Vatican II. You know about the Vatican II reforms.
Okay, well, that's Pope Francis.
In the 1960s. That's
okay.
That's
well, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Francis.
I told you I don't know about the Vatican reforms. You mentioned,
but who's sponsoring this? Like, who's pushing this? It's a Zionist lobby.
Okay, and I'm telling you, this is what people do. People in the polytheists of the world, they saw gods behind everything. They saw behind every corner there's a rain god and a thunder god. And you and I both agree that was nonsense, right? Well, the same way that people like to blame the Freemasons and the Illuminati and the Zionists and the protocols of Zion, what I'm telling you is the world has a lot of moving parts, and a lot of times the people who are in power don't even have to collude. There's no one behind them. It is literally the rulers trying to stay in power, like the Ayatollahs of Iran are trying to make sure that they stay in power.
Well, that's interesting that you say that. Like, when you say the Ayatollahs of Iran, like the biggest war that Iran has had since the Islamic Revolution in 1979 was the Iran-Iraq War. Who was really funding Saddam Hussein to go and attack Iran in 1980? It was the U.S. and Israel. The U.S. and Israel sponsored this war.
Israel was helping the Shah with oil. Look it up. It's on
the Shah, yeah, the Shah. Not the Ayatollahs. They were helping the Shah.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, but what
I
I'm
know.
saying is
But
during the Iran
revolution,
war,
after the revolution in 1979, the Iran-Iraq war was between Saddam and the Ayatollahs.
Okay, but
not
Israel-
not with the Shah.
okay, fine.
So
But-
then so Israel is sponsoring this war where Iraqis are killing Iranians and vice versa, and a million people die. But who is fomenting this kind of civil war? Have you heard of the Yanon plan?
If you told me that someone fomented a civil war, and again, here I'm literally going to share my screen because I want the audience to understand everything I'm saying is factually based. Israel and the Iran-Iraq war consisted of support provided by Israel to who? Iran during the war that you're talking about. Okay, Israel was helping Iran.
Yeah, they fund both sides.
Okay,
That's
so
how
they
you
can't do
foment
anything
civil
good.
war.
Okay, I listen. I disagree with foreign meddling completely. I will condemn Israel for helping Iran and condemn Israel for helping Iraq. I'll condemn the United States for helping the Mujahideen, but I'll also condemn Iran for helping Hamas. I'm an equal opportunity condemner of getting involved because of the next thing you know, 2 million people die in Afghanistan. And right now in Gaza, there's an absolute catastrophe and people are dying, and we should talk about that. But again, this is a proxy war. And the reason I care about this is because when it says that when the UN talks about Sudan, and I know people say, oh, stop distracting with Sudan, they're only Africans. But look, Sudan, all throughout 2023, and right freaking now, verging on pure evil, says the United Nations, massacres, killings, they've taken the capital. It is actually a proxy war between the UAE and Saudis. Sudan is a proxy war. Okay.
Yeah, this is terrible. This is disgusting. This is vile. I condemn it. Absolutely.
And so is Hamas's proxy war and the Qbix proxy war.
It's
and
a
every
very
other
different
proxy war.
thing. It's a very different thing because the Palestinians are fighting for their existence. They're being ethnically cleansed from the land in accordance with Jewish religious beliefs. That Israel is land that has been granted by God to the Jewish people, and it must be cleansed. And so when Benjamin Netanyahu goes on a press conference and say, "Remember Amalek," to his Israeli citizens.
That was wrong.
90% of Israelis are on the same side as Benjamin Netanyahu. They think he's doing a good job, or he should be doing even more. He's not doing enough.
Most of your listeners have no idea that most of the stuff that I completely agree with you that there is killing and it has to stop. I'm just tracing it back to its roots, and the roots are. You're
depicting things as, oh, it's both sides. Both sides are bad.
There are more than two sides. There is the communists, which are now, the communist bloc has fallen, but there used to be. And the communists literally, what I was showing you on the screen, because you sometimes take it away.
Now, tell me what because I can't tell. Sometimes you're searching for stuff and I
can't.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I want people to see that or not.
I'm glad I brought it up because I thought you keep taking my screen down. Here, take a look.
Because sometimes you're just Googling, so I don't know if you want me to show that or not. Just when you want me to show something, just say it. Otherwise, we're small on the screen and people don't want to just look at a Google page, you know?
In that case, thank you, man, because I'm all about facts. Everything I ever say, I can back up with facts and articles and just mainstream historical facts. But people don't know these facts. So the Soviets literally had an anti-Zionist committee where they literally cooked up everything you're saying word for word. It is literally, by its nature, Zionism concentrates ultranationalism, chauvinism, and intolerance, excuse for territorial occupation, culture, everything, demagogue, whatever you want. We call on all Soviet citizens, workers, etc., take part in exposing Zionism, strongly rebuke its endeavors, and that the next idea was that the United States is taken over by Zionists, because what did the Soviets want to do? The Soviets wanted to turn the Arab world against the U.S., just like the U.S. wanted to turn it against them in Afghanistan and other places. This was a Cold War, and unfortunately, the PLO and the PFLP and all of these groups that I've been showing, these groups are not the Ummah. They are not Islamic. They are Marxist-Leninist, communist, revolutionary socialists. So just like you had a couple minutes, I'm just going to show you what is really the case in the region. See, there was an awful war with the Nakba, and that is absolutely true. You had the Army of the Holy War coming in, and the Army of the Holy War was in 1947. This was the Palestinian Arabs declaring war as soon as the British left, just like in Pakistan and India, where 1 million people died and 15 million people were displaced. And so that's terrible. Right around that same exact year, in India, Pakistan, a far greater Nakba happened. But you know what happened there? They formed a stable societies and states. And that happened also in Palestine. Because in Palestine, what happened...
This is something... So one thing first. You're
Yes.
going to
Let-
too
let me-
many
just give me-
topics. This is
give me
like
sec-
a machine gun tactic.
Give me 15 seconds. I'm trying to get it in before, while my screen is on
Okay,
here.
15 seconds. 15
Yes.
seconds.
The Jericho Conference was where all the Palestinian notables, including the mayors of Hebron, Bethlehem, Ramallah, everybody, the military governors of all the districts, got together and said they desire unity between the Hashemite king, okay, Jordan. They want to annex them, make known that their wish is that they be annexed immediately to Transjordan. They recognize Abdullah as their king and proclaim him as the king of their territory, okay? And they want the Arabs to stop fighting on their behalf. They're done. This was the case. And then finally, the last thing I want to say, and this is important, is that Jordan, when they took over Jerusalem, they kicked out all the Jews. Okay, they razed all their synagogues. They destroyed absolutely everything. Fine.
What
and
year?
this is in their own words. I'm just
What
going to
year
read.
was this?
This was after 1949 when they annexed the West Bank and gave citizenship, which was very good, to all of the Arabs. They proceeded to destroy all of the synagogues and kick out every single Jew. Not a single Jew was allowed to
This
remain.
is just a response. Like these are all reactions to
Sure.
what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, the massacres that they were committing, the mosques that they were raising, that the Israeli state,
Fine.
the terrorism that they inflicted, not only on just Muslims. Like the crazy thing about Jewish terrorism is that they're dressing up as Arabs and bombing like the King David Hotel. Like they were bombing Jews, they were killing Jews. And Muslims and Christians, and blaming it on Arabs. So this is the kind of thing that Israel was engaging, not only in Israel but also in Iraq, in other parts of the Muslim world. They're bombing Mizrahi Jews.
You keep saying like we do 1,000 units of this, and here you did 1 unit of that, so it's equal and it's a double standard. Fine. I'm not even saying have you heard me even complain that the Jordanians have killed and expelled and destroyed everything Jewish in the region? That's not even my point. I'm letting that pass. Although I want to read just in their own words for 10 seconds. The operations of calculated destruction were set in motion. I knew that the Jewish quarter was densely populated with Jewish populations. I embarked, therefore, the shelling their quarter with mortars. Only for days after our entry into Jerusalem, the Jewish quarter became their graveyard. Death and destruction reigned over it. And they emerged in a convulsive cloud of death and agony. Okay, well, that again,
10 seconds done.
So here's my point. Despite all this,
I'm gonna remove the screen. Is that okay?
That's fine. At this, no, fine. Yeah, that's fine. Now I could sum it up. We have the British leaving. The British were keeping order in Palestine. Much better than the Ottomans that massacred hundreds of thousands of Christians. The British didn't massacre hundreds of thousands of anyone. The British leave. They put down rebellions. The British left. There was a civil war. That happens when an empire leaves. There's a vacuum of power. When Israel left Gaza, there was a civil war of Fatah and Hamas. There's always this civil war. In that civil war, there was displacement. And what I'm trying to say to you is, until 1967, the Jews were displaced from the West Bank. The Palestinians of the West Bank were not even refugees. They got citizenship. They didn't have to move. This whole idea that they're refugees, they never moved, and the Jews moved. The Jews never had a right of return. They got back because of another war in 1967. They finally got back to their homes or their holiest places. They weren't even able to get there at all. But here's my point as a libertarian. If there's one thing I dislike more than concentrations of power and ideology, it is that concentration of power funding militant groups and to destroy stability. So Jordan was stable. It had just given citizenship to 600,000 people, and the king allowed them to be in the parliament. They have 50% of representation. Palestinians are still, Jordan is the largest place where 2 million Palestinians live, more than anywhere, more than in West Bank. They have good lives. And my solution is every state in the region should give them good lives. Lebanon, Syria, Israel, Jordan, Egypt. But what happened was the USSR, and to some extent the Arab League, sponsored the PLO, sponsored this liberation movement, came up with all this stories about how they've always been a people that was very distinct from Jordanians, which is they're 20 miles away. But the point is, everything that you're saying now, the USSR had put together in propaganda form and funding the militants and created the very mess.
It's outlandish, like the kind of claim that you're making. You're saying that Palestinians would not have resisted if it weren't for USSR injecting this kind of anti-Zionist narrative. They have their own council and they're funding the Palestinian jihad against the Jews. Otherwise, everyone would have been happy and peaceful.
Just to be clear, they weren't funding any jihad. They were funding communist, secular, atheist groups, not jihad. They were not funding.
Okay, so you made your argument. Like, I think the overall, what is really at issue here in our discussion, and I appreciate again you coming onto the stream, and when we're talking about Muslims and Jews, you have qualified. You're not saying all Muslims, and I've qualified. I'm not talking about all Jews. So that's very clear. But the question of, in the 20th century, have more Jews killed Muslims or have more Muslims killed Jews? Like, let's ask this kind of objective question.
That is a fair question.
I'm not going to call you an Islamophobe if you say that more Muslims have killed Jews, and you're not going to call me anti-Semite if I say more Jews have killed Muslims, especially in the 20th century.
Here's what I'm going to say. In the 20th century...
Well, let me actually give my presentation first. Please. So you have the... So you're noticing that, well, why
is your question though? I want to answer it directly. And then
go ahead.
Okay. In the 20th century, Muslims have killed Muslims way more than Jews have killed Muslims. In Jordan alone, 1970, Zia-ul Haq, the guy who went in Pakistan, helped the Jordanian king kill 25,000 Palestinians. That's just in Jordan alone under Black September. Okay, that's according to Arafat. I think those figures are inflated, but the point is, if you take a look now, they've killed Hindus.
Let me ask you this. If
like millions of people. I'm not talking about 20,000. I'm talking about millions of people are killed. So when you ask me, are the Jews? Here's my question to you, and then feel free to talk as much as you want. My question to you is, if the Jews and the Zionists had their greatest territorial expanse that you could possibly give them, right? Whatever, right? What would be their greatest territorial expanse around Israel? Like, what is greater Israel? Compare that to if Muslims around the world, the Ummah, right, were to, what are the aspirations of the most militant Islamists, right, is to retake all of the historical Islamic lands. So my question to you is, even if they were entirely equivalent,
the majority of that is already, Muslims are already living in that.
They're living, but under
secularized governments, puppet governments that are controlled by outside forces. I mean, this is the point. Like, when you say that Muslims are killing Muslims, is it really Muslims? Like, if just because it's a Muslim leader, but he's funded by the United States or he's funded by Israel, I'm not going to lay the blame at Muslims. I'm going to say, well, the US or the British or the French are responsible for that massacre or for that war.
Are you willing to say that Iran is responsible because Hamas was funded by Iran and Qatar, and they brought it on the Gazan people? Because that's what happens with the Afghanis and everyone else, is when the group,
Hamas, that's a fact that Hamas is sponsored by Iran.
So can't you do the same exact?
What are the point? It's for a just cause, right? It's for a just cause of Palestinian resistance.
You and I both share the appalling appallment at atrocities committed in Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
And there have been war crimes. I'm coming out and saying that. There have been war crimes in Ukraine with Russia committing war crimes. Okay. And there have been war crimes the other way. Whether Azov used human shields in Mariupol or whether Hamas used human shields in Gaza. My point is that someone sponsored them for years. And to the extent Netanyahu allowed that or helped that, they're wrong too. I am an equal opportunity condemner, but the root cause of all of these conflicts is sponsorship of militant groups with exactly the kind of strong ideologies that some Islamists have. And you believe that you should execute apostates. That's fine. But what I'm saying is many Muslims don't believe that. And
that has nothing to do with millions dying in the subcontinent or millions dying in Algeria. Like
A lot to do with
your
it.
dichotomy is black and white, and it's way too simplistic.
I'm
You're
saying
trying
as a
to make this,
libertarian, the
you're trying
religious
to make this
dimension.
distinction that, okay, if foreign elements get involved, like that's the source of the killing and that's the source of, but that's simply not. And I have said this multiple times. It doesn't matter if the USSR is involved. It doesn't matter if Iran is involved. Hamas would exist even if Iran wasn't involved. Palestinian resistance would exist even if there was no foreign.
Here's a great example to take
involvement.
religion out of it, Daniel. I'll give
In
you
many cases, like if your
Disagree with
issue
you.
is with foreign involvement, then let's look at Israel's involvement in
Sure.
all of these wars. Let's look at the
Let's
Yinon
look at
plan.
it. Let's
So
look at
the
all of
Yinon
it. But,
plan. Here's Wikipedia. So you.
but before,
you're familiar.
Daniel, before you have to give me a chance to respond to what you say before you move on to the next thing. Can I
Well,
just
let me speak for more than 10 seconds. Is that allowed?
You let
I've
me know when I
allowed
can
you.
speak.
Yeah, let me just give you the Yinon plan. The Yinon plan refers to an article published in February 1982 in the Hebrew journal Kevunim, entitled "A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s." The article was penned by Odin Yinon, reputedly a former advisor to Ariel Sharon, a former senior official with the Israeli Foreign Military and journalist for the Jerusalem Post. It is cited as an early example of characterizing political projects in the Middle East in terms of a logic of sectarian divisions. It has played a role in both conflict resolution analysis by scholars who regard it as having influenced the formulation of policies adopted by the American administration under George Bush, and also in conspiracy theories according to which the article either predicted or planned major political events in the Middle East since the 1980s, including the 2003 invasion of Iraq and the overthrowing of Saddam Hussein, the Syrian civil war, the rise of the Islamic State, etc. Conspiracy theories further claim that the plan was introduced to the U.S. by members of the Israeli Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies and Administration, and that it was adopted by the Bush administration following 9/11 with the goal of furthering U.S. interests in the region while simultaneously advancing the alleged Jewish dream of Greater Israel from the Nile.
You skipped over the part where it claimed to be a Mossad false flag, 9/11. These are conspiracy theories, but yes.
Now, where did it say?
You literally skipped over where it said.
Oh, the parenthetical. Claimed to be a Mossad false flag. Yeah. With the goal of furthering.
Right. So these are all, that goes to show you.
So what's not at issue is that they did have this plan. The Yinon plan is an actual document. It is acknowledged. It was published in this Hebrew journal. And it is about what? What is the content of the Yinon plan? It is about
was an actual, I'll give you more than what you showed. The Lavon affair was proven that Mossad was involved in Egypt and so on. Look it up.
Acts of terrorism. Yeah, of course. The Lavon affair, where Mossad was infiltrating or perpetrating acts of terrorism while pretending to be Arabs, jihadis, in order to create terrorism in Egypt and further Israel's security goals.
But let me respond, Daniel. Let me respond.
But the Yinon plan, I'm not finished. The Yinon plan is about creating sectarian division in every level of Muslim society in the Middle East. For what purpose? For the purpose of destabilizing those countries, to create civil war. So to create civil war, you have to, and this is a quote from many of these Israeli military officials and politicians. They'll ask them, like, who do you want to win in Syria, for example, the Sunnis or Bashar al-Assad? Who do you want to win in the Iran-Iraq war? Who do you want to win in these kinds of, in the civil war in Lebanon? And their answer is always the same. Their answer is, actually, we want both sides to win. We want both sides to kill each other.
Divide and conquer. I know it's as old as the Romans. Yeah.
But this is like the policy of Israel to work covertly in all these countries and fund both sides to create as much death and destruction as possible. So when we look at the war on terror, when we look at even the civil wars that you're citing of, oh, it's just Muslims killing Muslims, it is who is perpetrating this civil war or sparking this civil war and inflaming them. It is also the U.S. and Israel. This is a historical
you're absolutely, that word also at the end, you're absolutely right. So let me respond to what you're saying. Okay. Where would you possibly think that I, a libertarian, would support covert intelligence agencies? I've just gone through telling you.
You went through a long list of others who have engaged in this practice that you disapprove of, and I'm just showing that Israel
of the Mossad doing it.
Israel and AIPAC and many of the Jews that live in New York, they support this kind of foreign policy.
Well, you're talking to me.
World.
Okay, so talk to me. You had me on your show. So I'm telling you, as a libertarian, my position is clear. Islam is a religion. Judaism is a religion. There's lots of beautiful, nice people around the world, billions, okay? What I have a problem with is secretive government involvement in all these kinds of things. I mean, heck, read my blog, read my company. My company talks about how they want to decrypt all your communications, but they won't tell you what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So you've spoken for a few minutes. Let me address it in a nice way. In Ukraine, there was a resistance in Kharkov. Okay, now it's pronounced Kharkiv because it is Ukrainian, but there's a lot of Russians in Kharkov. Okay, and they were freaked out by the Maidan revolution, which you could argue the U.S. had some involvement in the Maidan revolution. So on one hand, you have the U.S. getting involved. On the other hand, Kharkov or Kharkiv or whatever, the Russian speaking there got freaked out that the quote neo-Nazis who took over in Kiev were going to march over and attack them. So what they did in Kharkov is the other way. And you could see this on, if I could show my screen, I'll show it really quickly. Frontline.
Tell me when you want me to show it. Then
okay, here I have it.
When's
the battle for Ukraine? Yeah. I'm not gonna show it, but I just want to show everything I'm saying is based on actual, like, go for the viewers, go look at the battle for Ukraine. Very good PBS documentary from that time. Also BBC Newsnight. So the people from Kharkov tried to take over their government institutions, kind of like we had here in the United States with Chaz. Okay, the people took over some little city somewhere during the Freud. Okay, so the point is that what the Russians did, though, the Ukrainians quickly defeated Kharkov. Okay, they took it back. Order was restored, but then the Russians helped the Donbass residents, these guys, just like the zealots in Roman Empire. They also, the Jewish zealots, they tried to shake off the Roman Empire. They lost. They came to Jerusalem. These guys came to Donetsk sorry, the Donetsk region, right? The Donbass region. And they basically said, let's fight and create our own little state here. Russians helped them. So although I condemn Russians more for their 2014 helping of nationalist militias than I do condemn them for the invasion in 2022, because that was the original sin, is what they helped Girkin, this guy Strelkov, and guys with names like Motorola. They helped these guys, kind of the Arafats of their, okay, put them in there. And Girkin himself says, I'm the reason why there is such hell on earth. And I guess he regrets it now. But it's literally like Girkin says that. So the same thing I'm saying to you, the reason why in, say, Yemen, there was a giant famine and more people died than in Gaza, and people didn't care, but they should care. People didn't go out like they do for Gaza, is because Iran sponsored the Houthi, the Ansar Allah movement there, and the Saudis were the other way. And in Syria, what you're talking about in Syria.
Who's backing Saudi?
Who's backing? The United States on the other side. That is correct. So what I'm saying to you is the Syrian civil war, a much more catastrophic war than in Gaza, featuring rapes, massacres, all the things that you're talking about times 10. Double taps, something Israel has now started doing, but it's really unfortunate, but they didn't do that before.
Started.
Right. Double taps is a dick move is when you bomb a building and then the first responders come and then you bomb the first responders too. Okay. This is not just Israel doing this. The Assad regime did it. But what I can tell you is I understand why the Assad regime was doing it. They were doing it because they were fighting these guys. They were fighting the Al-Nusra Front, which is Al-Qaeda in Syria. They were fighting a lot of
them.
In this case, the Saudis did. Private citizens, because the Ummah, they believe that the Sunnis should oust the Assad regime.
This is all in line with the Yunon plan. This is all about strategically taking out any kind of threat to Israel through the fomenting of civil war.
And that may be a part of it. That may be a part of it. And you said also, but what I'm trying to tell you, man, just like this, not just an Illuminati behind everything or a Freemasons behind everything or a Jews behind everything. I'm saying that There are many moving parts, and a lot of these things just happen just like in nature without one group orchestrating it. It's because the Sunnis.
It's just Muslims like that are more violent and killing each other. Muslims are
No,
just
Christians were
more.
violent and
This is
killing
why
each other in Europe.
it's just nature, that Muslims are having civil
Humans.
war in every single country. It's just
Governments.
nature. It just happens.
Christians were
why aren't these civil wars happening in other parts of the world?
They are. Christians, listen, I'm just telling you, Christians were massacring each other in World War II. They were killing each other all the time.
You're downplaying the role. You're downplaying the role of one particular country.
You think the Jews were creating all the wars?
Conflicts.
Wait,
no, okay, I didn't say Jews. Okay,
there were no
I said
Zionists.
Israel. I said Israel, the state of Israel, and this is the part of the definition of anti-Semitism that we didn't get into, because the ADL also says that if you criticize Israel as a state, that is also anti-Semitic. But do you agree with that? Because Israel. If I criticize Israel, that doesn't mean I hate Jews as a whole. There are many critics of Israel, including Jewish critics of Israel. So if I criticize Israel and point out as a fact and show historical documentations that they are involved in a conspiracy, not only to commit terrorism like the Lavon affair, which you brought up yourself, but also the Yinon plan to foment civil war and to fund both sides so that both sides create instability and millions of deaths. You say that no. I'm saying all Jews start all wars.
I condemn that on all sides. I condemn that when Iran does it, when the Soviets do it, when Putin does it.
Iran doesn't have a Yinon plan. Iran
Okay.
doesn't have a Yinon plan.
So it's called a different plan.
Syria doesn't have a Yinon plan.
What do you think the resistance axis is? Do you think the Ayatollah Khomeini, the previous Ayatollah, spelled it out well? Hey, he's even on Twitter saying he wants to destroy Israel, and he spells out exactly why and how. I mean, can I show you my screen?
You're basically depicting Muslims as, because you mentioned the apostasy laws,
government.
No, at one part of what you're talking about, you're saying, well, the Quran, there's the sword verse, you have apostasy punishment,
That's
you have
jihad.
You're bringing up Islamic theology. You're talking about the lesser jihad, the greater jihad. You're bringing up these kinds of facts. And you're trying to say that this was the question. This is the question that I had, is like, okay, did Jews have in the 20th century, Jews have killed more Muslims, or vice versa? Have Muslims killed more Jews in the 20th century? When we even look at Russia, like look at the USSR. The USSR,
that's the wrong.
Putin says, Vladimir Putin, and this is, we can bring up his quote. He says that the Soviets at the beginning of the Russian Revolution, they're predominantly 80% Jewish. And what are the kinds of genocidal acts that were taking place?
They weren't predominantly Jewish. Again,
this is what Putin says.
Yeah,
Putin says
wrong.
80 to 85%
you're
Jewish. The Soviet government. Here, we'll bring up. This was cited in the Jerusalem Post.
Daniel, you and I have been on Twitter where I've literally cited you.
How many Muslims and Christians were killed?
You can go back to the tweet. Okay, so you asked me that question. Let me answer that question.
The first Jerusalem Post, the first Soviet government was
that is pants on fire. Wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said that at least 80% of the members of the first Soviet government were Jewish. And I went to the Wikipedia. I went to the Wikipedia article that you tweeted, and most of them were Jewish.
No, they're not. Like, Daniel, here's the thing. We were fact-based until now, right?
Okay.
Anyone could go to Wikipedia, and anyone could look up the nationality of Stalin, Lenin. Okay.
All of your citations so far have been from Wikipedia. Now you're undermining the credibility of Wikipedia?
No, I'm supporting Wikipedia. I'm saying anyone could go to Wikipedia and check it for themselves. That's what I'm saying. So you don't have to tell people that they're mostly Jewish. They can just check that they're not by going to Wikipedia, right? Most people... Right. Anyone watching this, go to Wikipedia and go to the Twitter where I posted it. You can post it on the okay, here. Let me share my screen now. And again, I want to be clear. These are governments. They are not even representing all Iranians. Many Iranians are against the Ayatollah's regime. Okay. This is him on Twitter. This tweet is live. They didn't take it down. It's not hate speech for them, or it's notable enough that it's up. 9 key questions about elimination of Israel. Why should the Zionist regime be eliminated? What does it mean? You could read this, but essentially what he wants is a referendum to vote the Jews off the island. And if they
So when Nelson Mandela says he wants to end the South African apartheid regime,
let me finish.
Does that mean he wants to genocide all white people?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so
Let's
when
not do straw man.
Khamenei
straw
says
man.
that he wants to eliminate the Zionist state, does that mean he wants to kill all Jews?
He means it wants to expel, like Americana wants to expel all the Jews that the locals will not want there. Yes,
Their position is not to expel all Jews. Their position is to
like vast
restore
majority.
Yeah, well, the ones who were who forcibly came and colonized the land.
Okay, I'm going to again, Palestinians who live outside of the Green Line do not want to live together with the Jews. The vast majority,
I mean,
when asked
here's a
on the ground,
this
they do
is a
not want.
thought experiment that I think would be very interesting.
You want to impose it on them.
No, imagine if you had like this group of Canaanites and they were living in
But
Africa.
let me
in the
finish
jungle for-
after you finish this point. Let me finish one point, or like let
yeah,
me finish my point.
think of this. You have the Canaanites, and they were, living in the current land of Israel, except thousands of years ago. And
Yeah.
these people just show up and they say, we're Canaanites, and we have a historical claim to this land, and we want Israel to give us 50% and live with us in Tel Aviv.
Who says
in
that?
The Canaanites,
Why would they
Canaanite
say that?
people, because they claim that thousands of years ago we were on this land. It was
Oh,
called
okay. I see where you're
Canaan.
going. Okay, yeah,
It was
go ahead.
called Canaan, and then it was taken from us. So now we're back.
Yeah.
We were living in
We're flipping
Africa
it,
for
okay.
these millennia, and now
Yeah.
we want to live in Israel. We want the Israelis to give us 50% of Israel, and if you don't give us 50%, that means you're anti-Canaanite. You have some kind of racial
Okay.
hatred of us. You want to exterminate the Canaanites. And we go to the Bible, we see all this anti-Canaanite genocidal speech against Canaanites. So do you think Israelis
aren't
would be
even around.
do you accept the Canaanite argument that if the Israelis do not accept the Canaanites, then the Israelis are bigoted and hateful, and they have no legitimate reason not to give up 50% of their land
No,
for the Canaanites?
Okay, so you asked me a question. So let me answer your question, right? First of all, this has devolved into a straw man. I've never said any of these things. I support civilians. I support people living side by side if they can. But I also care about facts. When I was showing my screen, I don't know if you want to
You
show
want to
it.
say it right now? But this is copyrighted content.
Oh, sorry. What's
what do you want to
I
show?
see. No, this is hold on a second. I'm showing this. This is the Palestinians are asked on the ground by a project called Ask a Jew, Ask a Palestinian, right? Ask an Israeli, Ask a Palestinian. The questions are sent by the viewers. The answers are given to random people. All answers are included, okay? And the guy makes sarcastic comments. I'm not going to play this right now. People can see it for themselves. There's many of these interviews. And the answer, are you willing to share the land with the Jews? The answer is no, absolutely. Like there's a few people that say, yeah, but most people say absolutely no. Even if it was for peace, we would not want to live with them. Now,
they were sharing the land. They were sharing the land for centuries and for generations.
But no longer.
People who are being asked this question are traumatized people who have
Correct.
been brutalized by Israeli occupation. So to present these Palestinians
think I'm
as,
blaming them.
they're just racist or they're bigoted, they just don't like Jews, they can't stand to live with them. This is a dishonest portrayal of
That's a straw man. I have never said any of these things.
Then what's the point? What's the point of bringing this up then?
The point is,
Why do you think that they don't want to live by Jews?
The point is, you asked me what's the point. I'm telling you, the point is, stop these Western people like yourself and like Kim Iverson. You can listen to my interview with her, Kim Iverson. She literally says, we got to impose this on these people. Sure, they don't want to live next to the Jews, but we got to force them to live next to the Jews, and they're going to become just like Israeli Arabs. Everyone's going to live kumbaya in peace. I actually listen to these people. I actually listen to human beings. They don't want to live next to the Jew. They want the Jews out of their land. Meaning, if you have a one-state solution, the next step is what Ayatollah Khamenei said. Vote, make a referendum, and if the Jews don't want to leave, do the Meir Kahane approach. Give them money or whatever. That's being nice. And then kick them out. Let them go back to Europe or wherever they are from. Never mind the fact that the majority are not from Europe. They are from Arab countries, and they were kicked out from Arab countries. But never mind that. I'm saying that's an unworkable solution. You Western people who don't live there.
You're not Western?
Well, I listen to the people there. I have family there, and I have family.
Yeah, you're not listening. If you're listening to the people there, you wouldn't just stop at, oh, they don't want to live near Jews. You would see the reason for that. The reason
The
for
reason is important, but it's not going to
they have
go
been
away.
brutalized. They have been brutalized by Jewish colonialism, primarily Ashkenazi Jewish
And you're going to
colonialism.
force them to live next to Jews now.
They have been murdered. They have been genocided, ethnically
Most have not.
cleansed for generations.
Okay.
And now you're saying, oh, how do you feel about these people? Oh, you don't feel too positively? Wow, you're an anti-Semite. Like, that's the subtext.
Jews have been cleansed from the West Bank by Jordan. I've shown that earlier.
That was a response.
But when,
This
fine, it was a response. You keep
Yeah,
dwelling.
that's significant. That's
You keep
significant.
dwelling
That's
on the
like saying
blame game.
everything started on October 7th.
You keep
Like,
dwelling on the. No, you keep dwelling on the reasons for the hatred. I'm saying it's a fact the hatred's there. It's a fact that people.
The reason is important because if you address the underlying reasons, then you address the hatred.
You won't.
If you told these Palestinians that, look, you have for centuries lived side by side with Jews, and in fact you've intermarried with Jews, and when we do a DNA analysis of Palestinians and Mizrahi Jews, it's actually very close genetically. Would you be willing to live in the? Would you be no? Don't put words in their mouth. Would you be willing to live next to Jews in the kind of environment and the kind of borders that existed prior to the Nakba, prior to the Balfour Declaration and Jewish terrorism that has driven Palestinians from their land? Would you allow bygones to be bygones for the sake of peace?
No.
And go and they would say, I arguably would say that they would actually say yes to that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. In that case,
it's Jews who will not. It's Jews who will not accept it. I mean, the Israelis who will not accept it.
Both sides.
And I gave you an example. I gave you the example of the Canaanites. The Canaanites come and say, "Well, we have historical claim to this land too. Israelis need to give up 50% of their land for us Canaanites." Do you think Israelis? Do you think Israelis would say no? Would answer the question. Would Israelis allow?
You're not allowing.
Let me articulate the question. Would Israelis live side by side with Canaanites and give up 50% of their land to the Canaanites?
Again, the majority, you don't have to even ask, because this did in fact happen when they came from the Babylonian exile and they were building the temple. And these, not Canaanites, but the Samaritans came and they tried to help build the temple. The fact is, peaceful, the majority of people are peaceful, just want to live. They don't care. You could live next to Muslims, you could live next to whatever. It's the governments and the people, the nationalists and sometimes the Islamists, who say, as soon as we're in power, we're going to impose this and that and the other thing. So you don't have to guess. Don't interrupt me. Everything I'm saying is based on fact. It's based on actual polling of people. It's based on, only 25% supports the one-state solution. So, and the two-state solution is now down to like 35%. But not even the polls, in their own words. Let me show you the screen, and I'll play just 1 minute of this.
50%, according to polls, 50% of Israelis think that Arabs should be wiped off of Israel. 50%.
Okay, wow. Okay, so that's wrong too, if that's the case. What do you want me to say? Yes, that's terrible.
Well, it's not an equivalent situation. It's not an equivalent situation. Because
it's not an equivalent. Stop the blame games. Let me show you what they say in their own terms. That same thing you just said. Hey guys, will you live in a place if you would just have peace, if your children would have peace, versus all the time fighting and they'll live equally and everything? They tell you, hell no, we want the Jews out. And if you don't believe me, let me play just 1 minute. Okay, here we go. Sorry about the ads though.
Food with the needy is a great mitzvah. Please help Must-Be a Soup Kitchen Network feed the needy.
It's not playing.
By donating charity to...
It's not. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'm going to present. This is because I have to share audio. By the way, I feel it's ironic that YouTube is showing me a Jewish guy who wants to do soup kitchens and help the needy. So they're not just evil Zionists. They're also helping needy people. But whatever. I don't want to get into
a lot of great Jews, who are helping poor people.
Today, thousands of families need to get food at Must-Be every week. Hundreds of people get dinner at Must-Be every day. Must-Be need.
All right, here we go. Again, what's the question you asked? That is the exact question that was asked, and this is their answer. Exactly, the answer is no. We do not want to live with Jews. So I'm telling you, stop forcing them to live with Jews. They should live with fellow Arabs. But here, go ahead.
Land equally with the Jews if they had peace and equality.
No, I don't.
No? No, why?
Because it's our land, it's not their land. So we don't share it.
They're from here too.
No, they don't. They are not.
They're not. There's no way to find a way to live together. Even if it means your children's children will be at war.
I don't know. It's I don't think so. We can share it with them. They want it. Oh,
No.
They,
I'm asking you. I asked them as well. What about you? Would you be willing to live in equality?
Again, it's not just her. You may think, oh, it's just her. Like literally just Google this. There's several videos. This is not even the only video. Okay. This girl I remember is very nice. She's very
And this
polite.
this is like again, it's like a futile exercise because they were living, Muslims and Jews were living together in Palestine.
And Israel was there
for
3,000 years
centuries.
ago. So what?
Then you have this colonial project that
Yeah.
comes and wipes out a lot of these Palestinians, takes over their land, expels them, makes them refugees. And then you want to pretend like, oh, this is just a neutral situation. And if Palestinians are not happy about that, and they don't think, okay, now that we've taken over your lands, we have basically relegated you to the ghettos, into these isolated patches of land within the West Bank, and you're stuck in this open air concentration camp of Gaza, then, be peaceful and live happily. And if you're not happy, then that means you are an anti-Semite and you
I am literally telling you that is exactly what happened to the Jewish families and people, hundreds of thousands of people that lived in Jerusalem for hundreds of years. And then Jordan came and kicked them out and destroyed everything that they had in their holiest places. And literally they could not come back. And if you ask them, hey, would you go and live next to a Jordanian? I bet you at some point, yeah, they'll probably say yes. But again, I don't care whether they say yes or they say no. That's not my point, man. My point is they don't want to. And you're trying to impose it on them. Literally all these people, and they're random representative people. These guys actually want to. These guys are nice. But they're the only ones. Everyone else in this video said no, and every other video. So what I'm trying to say to you is
50% of Israeli Jews say expel all Arabs from the land.
So why would you make a state with all of these people smushed together?
Well, I never claimed that I want an Israeli state or one state solution.
Well, that's what many of these activists claim they want, right? So if that's not the solution, then what is, right?
I think that people, when you say solution, like as if this is the final way to resolve the issue, it's certainly when activists say one state, they're talking about like anything is better than what's happening now. Like what is the next step to prevent ethnic cleansing? And the minimum that would be required is that these Palestinians are given rights to live, rights to their property, rights to due process.
Bingo. That's what.
But that has to be given by Israel. That has to be given.
Not just Israel, but every other country too.
Israel controls that land, right? Israel controls it. They don't abide. Israel doesn't abide by the UN. They don't abide by any kind of resolution from the UN. So yes, the onus is on Jerusalem or Israel.
This is where
to give the Palestinians these kinds of minimum human rights, the right to not be, bombed. Palestinians don't enjoy that right. So I can see why activists. When they say they want a solution to the genocide that's happening. But that's not like the ultimate solution to the situation. The ultimate justice to the situation is that the people who were genocided one generation ago, they are able to return to their homes. They're able to return to where they have lived before they were expelled by Jewish colonial power.
So I disagree with that.
That's the justice, right? So and we look at other nations who have committed atrocities and crimes. When you look at Germany and the Holocaust, the German state has to pay reparations to Jews. The country of Poland has to pay reparations to Jews, and they have been for since 1945. And that's something that's acknowledged when it comes to historical
I believe in
crimes.
reparations.
But the historical crimes that were committed against Palestinians, we're supposed to just forget and just move on. Like we have to figure out some other way to deal with it. That somehow involves Palestinians being genocided.
It's a straw man. It's a straw man. Look.
So why are they not entitled? Why are Palestinians not entitled to that?
Okay, let me show the screen and I'll show you why. Okay, let me show you why. Okay. You think I would be biased towards Jews, but Jews also were kicked out of all these countries, Libya, Syria,
This
Iraq.
was in reaction to the Israeli state, and a
You
lot
keep-
of it was because of Jewish
me speak.
terrorism. You
let me-
mentioned the Levant affair.
Let me speak, please.
Because we've covered these points. Like,
No,
you're just going
these are
back
new.
over the
These
same
are new.
points.
I'm answering your question, man.
Okay, go ahead.
When the tables were turned and Jews were kicked out of many countries, you could say, okay, that was a reaction to what happened in this other country, Israel. We happened to kick out our Jews in Egypt because we don't like Israel. You're going to say, no, it was the Levant affair. Fine. But there was Syria, Libya, Tunisia. Like a lot of these Jews, except for Morocco, had to flee. And you know they had to flee because they went to France. They went to wherever could take them. Here's my point. These countries, I don't think Jews have a right to go back to Tunisia, even though their grandfather used to live in Tunisia. So no, I'm completely consistent. There is no right of return. If there is only immigration policy, do these countries like Spain now allows Jews from 500 years ago to come and get a Spanish citizenship? Yay, Spain, right? That doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say to you is the same did not happen to Palestinians because it was a matter of Arab League policy. Resolution 1547. People can look it up. Resolution 1547. I'm not going to Google it. And the Casablanca Protocol is literally saying, don't give them citizenship ever in these countries. Palestinians have moved on. They're human beings. They've moved on in United States, UK, every Western country, every liberal country that you criticize have given them citizenship. You know who hasn't? Their neighbors, their brothers. And why? Because of an agenda. I don't like government agendas, but this is the agenda. And UNRWA, unfortunately, gets bigger and bigger policies. UNRWA definition.
Right, so let me respond to your point. You keep.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
You're making multiple points. Like,
they're all interconnected.
This is nonsense. Okay,
no, they're
ahead.
all interconnected. The people who are refugees, the definition should be only the people who themselves were refugees. All these people are mostly old and almost dead. The reason why millions are stateless versus 600,000 is because UNRWA decided to expand the refugee to descendants of all Palestinian males, by the way, kind of sexist, but also there's polygamy, so you could have a lot of children, including adopted children. And what's interesting about that is the people who are kept stateless, why would I want that? If you want people to have rights, they had rights. 2 million Palestinians live in Jordan today with rights. And if you ask them, would they want to switch places with Gaza or West Bank? They say, no. I love being a Jordanian citizen more than I love being a citizen under Abbas or Hamas. So what I'm saying to you, and I'm going to end with a question to you, okay? I'm going to ask you two questions. Question number one, do you believe that we should end this outdated Casablanca Protocol policy of denying citizenship to Lebanese people born in Lebanon for generations because they happen to have a Palestinian grandfather, and Lebanon prevents them now from having basically property, land, anything. You cannot own, you cannot hold a job. So my question is, if you want people to have rights, do you agree that not just Israel, but every country in the region should give citizenship to people who were born there? What do you think of that? That's my first question.
Finish your questions, because you interrupt me as soon as I start talking. I have my own points that I have to respond to that you made, and so my position is that all these countries,
I'm going to hold off.
All these countries need to give Palestinians rights and treat them. I disagree with nationalism and the idea that you have these nation states. I believe in a caliphate and an Islamic ummah, and Muslims are Muslims. Doesn't matter what's your background. Doesn't matter if you're white, black, Arab, or even Jewish. As long as you're Muslim, then you should have the same rights as Muslims within a caliphate. That's my position. Now, if we look at some of the claims that you made, like, oh, if you ask a Palestinian in Jordan whether he wants to stay in Jordan or move to Gaza, well, obviously he's going to say stay where he is, because in Gaza they're ethnically cleansing the Palestinians.
Even West Bank.
The West Bank has been made into a hellhole because of these Mir Kahana terrorists, these settlers who are taking land and killing Palestinians.
This one time I have to interrupt.
Of course, they don't want to live.
Don't
interrupt. Do not interrupt. Do not interrupt. I didn't interrupt your statement.
Fine.
So you want to talk about? You want to talk about?
Why is the West Bank not part of Jordan? Why?
Because it's being settled by Israel. Israel wants to take over the
1970
West Bank, and they have been doing it up until this day. And Netanyahu has not
No,
slowed down or
before
caused
Israel ever
any
settled
taking
it,
of settlements. Do you
before
disagree?
Israel ever settled it.
Do you disagree that Israel is actively involved with taking land from the West Bank through settlements?
I don't
Illegal
disagree with
according to
that. That is
international
another
law.
government
That's happening,
doing-
right?
That is happening, and
That's
we should,
happening. So doesn't that affect the ability of other countries to have any kind of dominion or sovereignty over the West Bank when Israel is
does.
controlling it militarily and are not willing to give it up because they are trying to settle it? So going to the 1950,
It does. It does, dude.
1951 Baghdad bombings. Okay,
Again.
these are bombings that attacked Mizrahi Jews, Iraqi
Yeah.
Jews. There are about 150,000 of these Jews who had lived in Iraq for generations, for centuries. They're living in
yes.
Iraq. But then suddenly they are expelled. Why? Because of terrorist actions that are targeting these Iraqi Jews. And there are operatives. If you go further down in the Wikipedia page, it explains that there were Mossad agents involved and Iraqi Jews involved with perpetrating these false flags. Now, obviously, Mossad denies it, but you have
where's
Iraqi
the Mossad
Jews.
here? I don't see any. But hold on. Okay, dude. Like, let's have a back and forth here, because again, all of these things, you are correct that in a 1%, you're navel gazing at 1% of the causes, right? The one Jew that was in behind the Fed.
No, this is not one. There was a program in order to populate Israel, because the Arab population, the Palestinian population, was much larger than the Jewish population. Obviously, something like 90 to 10%. The process of colonialism is to displace the existing Palestinian population and inject a Jewish population. So how did they inject a larger Jewish population? Part of it was trying to get Jews who were living in Iraq, who were living in Morocco,
You're
who
not
are living
wrong,
in,
but that's what
in Lebanon, in Jordan, inciting them to leave their homelands and to move to Israel.
Dude,
and
you're gonna let me
justified
respond. It's not that I want. It's not that I want to speak over you.
Well, you're not even letting me complete my point. That's the problem. I let you speak uninterrupted, but when I try to make
it's just you're asking me questions,
solid
you
point,
want to get clarity.
I'm not asking you any question. I'm speaking to you, and then you can respond.
Okay.
So there was a deliberate program to population transfer of Mizrahi Jews and Sephardic Jews from the rest of the Middle East and North Africa to populate Israel, what had become the Israeli state, in an effort to change the demographics of the country. That is a part of ethnic cleansing. When you look at the definition of ethnic cleansing in the United Nations or whatever international authority you want to cite, population transfer, whether it's expelling the population that exists there or bringing in population from elsewhere to settle that land, that is a part of ethnic cleansing. And that is the reason that Jews were expelled or left these Muslim countries. They had lived there for generations. They had lived there for centuries without a problem next to Muslims. But this kind of narrative, Hasbara narrative that Zionists put out is that, oh, well, our actions expelling the Palestinians during the Nakba or during 1947 and 48, that's justified because guess what? The Arabs were doing the same thing to Jews. But this is a false narrative. It is completely illegitimate to make that comparison.
No one is, again, you're doing this strong. You're talking to me. Okay, I get it. I've listened, and let me respond. The Nakba is the result of a civil war very similar to a much larger civil war that happened in India, on the Indian subcontinent, when the British left around the same year. The Nakba is much smaller. People moved on from the horrific massacres and population displacement. What do you think happened in Pakistan that has all these Muslims? What do you think happened when India has all these Hindus? By the way, India has a lot of Muslims too. It is actually has more Muslims than all Arabs combined, by the way. You can look it up. But what I'm saying to you is this. People moved on. People live in state. I'm for stability, for peace. Okay. You keep putting these things in my mouth saying, oh, what about this? What about Mossad doing this? I'm telling you, what about the KGB and the CIA doing that? And you even agree when it comes to the CIA. But you can't bring yourself to say and acknowledge the KGB actions, because then that would acknowledge that the Palestinian liberation movement was also constructed. All of these things are constructed. Syria is a constructed country. Iraq is a constructed country. King Faisal was put by the British in charge of Iraq. He was previously in charge of Syria. His brother was a Hashemite king of Jordan. Everybody liked these two kings. The Palestinians were happy to live under them, and they wanted to unify with Syria. All the notables said so. And then the notables actually voted on paper to annex themselves to the Jordanian king and become part of Jordan. Everything was good. Notice when I say that the Jews were expelled from Jordan, did I say, oh, what a crime? They should have a right of return and go back?
No, because it's in Israel's interest that they don't return. It's in Israel's interest that they don't return to Jordan.
But I'm not the one.
They wouldn't be allowed. Israel wouldn't allow them to return to Jordan because that would cause, if all the Mizrahi Jews went back to the Arab countries, that would evacuate Israel. They would lose a ton of land. Israel does not want them to return.
So then explain why. Okay, so Israel not only doesn't want them to return there, it doesn't let Israelis settle anywhere in Area A of the in the cities like Ramallah. I want them to settle there. I'm a libertarian. I want people to live and let live.
Don't worry. Don't worry. They want to settle there too. Yeah, they want to wipe out
the government of Israel.
Wipe out Arabs. 50% of Israelis want Arabs to be completely wiped out of Israel. And then you have the Mir Kahana Jews. They want greater Israel wiped clean in accordance with the biblical command.
If you've noticed, I'm not in agreement with.
But I'm just you're talking about what other Muslims think, not necessarily what I think. I'm telling you what other Jewish people think.
I could tell you
necessarily what you think.
I could tell you what
you have told us. Right. You have told us. But whenever I bring up counterpoints, you say no, but that's not what I think.
We're in the point of the conversation where I want to discuss solutions, right? I could ask about Muhammad, but we don't have time, right? I could ask about why he had more wives than he allowed other Muslims.
You're telling us to move on. Like, do you see how offensive that's like me telling a Jew, move on from the Holocaust. Like, let it go. Like, you don't find that offensive?
Move on from the Holocaust. They did. They moved. You know why they moved on? Because they live in countries that allowed them citizenship. You see, they couldn't go back to Poland because Polish people didn't want them to take their house. They had the key to their house, just like the Palestinians. Guess what? They didn't go back to Poland. They made their life elsewhere. That's what most
they made their life by ethnically cleansing an existent population and transferring there. Yeah,
that's not true either. Okay, fine.
Palestinians get that. There wasn't a state.
Let me try a different way. Let me try a different way where you get to speak most of the time. I'm going to ask a simple question, and you speak as much as you want. Question: name one time the Jews ethnically cleansed or stole any land in Israel, in Palestine, prior to 1947. I'll wait. Just one time.
So, but you say that communists are not primarily Jews.
No, you're saying it happened. You're saying this is why they were attacked.
My claim in the 20th century is that Jews have killed a lot more Muslims and vice versa.
No, my point is you can't say
what the USSR did to Muslims in Central Asia.
Now you're doing the whataboutism.
Muslims and Christians. No, you asked for examples.
No. The example was simple. You said that the Jews were ethnically cleansing and attacking and genociding Palestinians. And I'm asking you, forget genocide. Name one time that they didn't buy land, but they stole it before 1947. Go ahead.
There were these local fights, these local terroristic acts that preceded 1947.
Give me an
this
example.
is what
one literal example. Specific.
So do you acknowledge that you said that Irgun and Lehi were terrorist groups? Were they operating before 1947?
They were founded in 1940.
Okay, so were they attacking any Palestinians with terrorism?
Yes, and
there you go.
They also were self-defense. They were.
There was your example. You asked for one example before 1947.
That's not an example. That is simply generalized. When you're saying that a group forms in self-defense against attacks on them, I condemn both groups, but I'm saying that
but this is
stealing land.
We can condemn both groups, but tell me, do you agree that more Jews have killed Muslims than vice versa? Jews have killed more Muslims than vice versa. Yes or no? You said that it's an objective
Jews have
thing.
Killed Muslims than vice versa
in the 20th century.
In the 20th, not the 21st.
Yeah, just the 20, or say since the 20th century. So 20th and 21st.
Dude, more Americans have killed Muslims than Muslims have killed Americans.
No. The comparison right now is between Jews and Muslims.
Why always the Jews? That's my question. Why?
You began this whole discussion by saying Muslims. Okay, this is actually your quote, and we can go back and roll the tape. You said there's a reason when Muslims have this concept of jihad and killing for apostasy. There's a reason people are afraid of Muslims. Do you remember you saying that?
When they take over a country, then some people, if you were okay,
You said that there's a
answer me
reason
honestly.
for
Okay, so wait, answer me
you're
honestly. If
Muslim.
you were,
And I want to put that back to you and say,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
yeah.
reason
I'll answer
that
your
people
question,
fear
but I want to clarify.
Jewish
You asked me.
power.
You asked
There's
me.
a reason
I'm
that people
clarifying
fear
my own statement.
Jewish power, right? Because of the kind of massacres, the kinds of wars and genocides that
Okay,
have taken
fair
place
enough.
that Jews have been responsible for. We're not trying to blame
My
all
answer to
Jewry
you,
for those crimes.
this is the
But
core
as
of
a historical fact, more Muslims have been killed by Jews than Jews killed by Muslims since the 20th
if
century.
you
That is a
restrict
fact.
it to, yeah, if you restrict it to a small sliver of history and you cherry pick,
And prior to that, Jews were living peacefully under Muslim rule. Muslims were not massacring Jews.
that's
Muslims
also
were
a myth.
not.
They weren't as
No, it's not.
they weren't massacring them as much as the Christians were, but they were massacring them from time to time. I mean,
Give me numbers. Like, what is the comparison?
sure. I'll give you an entire list.
Because I'm claiming that Jewish groups have killed millions.
Yeah. Okay. You're claiming they killed millions?
Yeah.
Jewish groups personally killed millions of people, or you're saying like, what are you saying? Like they had America do it for them?
The USSR, and the War on Terror.
So you're ascribing everyone the USSR killed to Jews,
based on the fact that the majority of the Soviet leaders were of Jewish background.
Okay, so you're basically, just to take your argument, and again, I've been speaking very infrequently, but to take your argument, Jews were running the Soviet Union. They decided to start the Palestine Liberation Organization in Jordan to overthrow Jordan, overthrow Israel. Then the Palestine Liberation Front, Popular Front, all of that started by Jews against Jews. And then and also all these other problems were placed. Couldn't it be that USSR was run by other people besides Jews too?
There were, yes, but it's a disproportionate influence. And the same way, I always say U.S.-Israeli empire.
So let's talk
because
about
it's not just Jews; it's also Northwestern Europeans, whites. They're also a part of this liberal project. The colonialism that the Muslim world suffered since the 18th century, 19th century was primarily at the hands of white Europeans.
Let me share my screen. All right, let me answer your
Christian
question.
background. So
I'm
not trying to demonize all Jews and saying all the problems of the world are due to Jews. I don't believe that. I'm not even just saying that. I don't actually believe that.
Daniel, let me give you what you want. Hey, ADL people, guess what? Daniel is not being anti-Semitic when he is criticizing the government of Israel for what they're doing. Okay, Daniel could also inquire about things. So is that good? Now, can I answer your questions?
Yes, please.
I'll first answer about directly. You want a list of times when Jews didn't live peacefully in Muslim countries?
Yes.
Here's an
can
entire.
Can you increase the font or the size?
Yeah, sure.
I can't really read it.
Sure. Beheading of Jews, massacres of Jews throughout Spain, Grenada, Morocco, Tunis. Here, how about we pick one country? Here, name a country. Yemen, or whatever you want. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, in the beginning of the millennium, Jews throughout the country were given the choice to convert to Islam or die. Yemen. Here, let's fast forward. Here's another one.
What is the site? What is the reference, the academic source for this?
Well, obviously, it's a Medium article, but you could go and look at all of these.
Yeah, let's look.
Are you literally
on one of them? Just one of them, the Yemen
just
thing.
one of them. Okay.
I want to know why the Muslims of Yemen were expelling Jews. That's.
How about this? How about the most recent one? Jewish orphans sold into slavery and formed to convert to Islam by the Muslim Brotherhood. You want that one? Here.
Yes. Let's look at that.
Let's look at that. The Orphans Decree in Yemen was a law mandating the forced conversion of Jewish orphans to Islam, promulgated by the Zaidi, right? Who you say are Shia, but you know.
So these are orphans, so they need foster homes, right?
Yeah, forced conversion though.
So they're So this is not what the Medium article said. The Medium article says that.
Okay, go ahead.
What does the Medium article say?
I'm trying to open it again. Media. If we had time, I could go through all of these things, but we don't.
Just for my education, I want to know, like, what are these massacres? And
well, I'm trying to find this Medium article again. Give me a moment. And look, I don't mean it to sound like I'm trying to explain to you. These are the governments. These are the people right, who are in power. These are not
Well,
regular
if these
Muslims.
governments, if Muslim governments are committing atrocities or crimes against Jews, I want to be able to condemn that.
Okay. Do you condemn the expulsion of Jews from the capital? Well, now it is the capital of Sana'a in Yemen. Do you
Okay,
condemn?
let's go to that. 1676. Don't close this Medium page because we want to compare.
Okay, go ahead. 1676, Yemen. Okay. Mausa exile. Let's read it. Consider the single most traumatic event experienced collectively by the Jews of Yemen. This is like a random thing I just chose here, in which Jews living in nearly all cities and towns throughout Yemen were banished by the decree of the king. Okay. When you say that Jews lived nicely and peacefully among Muslims, just keep in mind that this is also an imperialist mindset, that you don't notice how a lot of the small groups lived. Okay. You don't know.
Wait, so go ahead.
Yeah.
What's the background of this?
Many would die along the route and while confined to hot and arid conditions. After 1 year in exile, the exiles were called back to perform their usual tasks and labors for the indigenous. What? They were called back after this? Okay, I don't see. I didn't even know. This was a random. And you could just go look up these things, man. Look how many of them there are.
Yeah, because there's often more background as,
Fine,
you know, as you found out. Like, it wasn't just Jews; it was actually the orphans.
No, it said orphans. It said orphans, man.
Yeah,
Jewish
I know,
orphans.
but
how is this?
They were sold into slavery. That's not what the Wikipedia article said.
Let's read. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a moment. And by the way, you've said so much. I wish I could like answer a lot of it, but I'll just say this, okay? Is that all the Jews that fled the Muslim countries lived there for hundreds of years. And I don't support a right of return for them, just like I don't support a right of return for anyone. I'm consistent. What I want to say is that when people say that Gaza was put them on a diet, and they talk about, you know where that comes from? All of these things you cherry pick. It comes from an article in The Guardian. It talks about how someone said put them on a diet. The number of calories going into Gaza dwarfs how many calories Jews had when they were crowded into Israel. And I don't want that for the return of the refugees, for everyone to crowd into Israel, millions of people, and have a complete collapse, okay, of the economy.
Well, Jews suffered because of colonialism, Israeli colonialism as well. Like,
this
that's
is
population
material
transfer.
condition.
You get the bodies to occupy the land. You transfer them from Europe and from the Arab world. You bring Jews, and they'll suffer.
Sure,
that's the logic of Zionism. The logic of Zionism is
not just Zionism, but also
you want to support the greater Zionist project. You want to take over this land. So these are just pawns. The Jews themselves are just pawns. They can starve to death. You can kill many of them in acts of terrorism, as long as that spurs more Jews to go into this land and occupy it.
Now watch
so that
this,
is a
Daniel.
crime. Like, that's not two sides.
Now
that's
watch this.
One side. That's one colonial power who is engaging in this ethnic
Daniel,
cleansing.
I think we're about to have
and there are Palestinian victims, and there are also Jewish victims. But now Jews are benefiting. Jews are benefiting because you have apartheid, you have a nation state law that gives Jews rights that Arabs do not have the same rights. And then within the occupied West Bank, the occupied Gaza, you have ethnic cleansing, you have settler colonialism.
This is terrible.
That is taking place to this day.
No one wants this. Look, except for the nationalist warmongers on all sides, including the ones in Tehran, including the ones in Hamas, and including the ones in the Israeli government.
What is the resistance then? What is the Palestinian resistance that you think is legitimate to this? The terrible things that are taking place?
Would you let me answer the previous question? Then I'll answer this one.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. We'll have a breakthrough right now, because I condemn the governments doing things that lead to starvation, genocide. Okay. And I'm telling you what those things are. They are the very things you mentioned: funding proxy groups, whether it's in Afghanistan or in Gaza. Giving them weapons only makes the civilians less safe. 2 million people died in Afghanistan. You should care. They're human beings, right?
So
and
you're against weapons being given to Israel from the U.S.?
Sure, if the Arabs wouldn't have any weapons, the Jews shouldn't have any weapons.
The Palestinians don't have weapons. The Palestinians in the West Bank, they have no weapons, for example. And in Gaza, most of the
Okay.
weapons. But
You wanna hear the
that's a
answer?
response. The weapons that they have is in
They do have
response
weapons,
to
but no.
billions of dollars in weapons shipments that go to Israel from Europe and from America, all for free, by the way.
Okay.
So you're against, if you're again, you want to be consistent. You keep mentioning like right of return. I accept.
Okay,
right
here,
of
let me
return
show
of
my
Jews.
screen. Let me
Jews
show my
can
screen.
return to Arab lands.
Let me show my screen.
Jews can return to.
I'm trying
they
to
can
address
leave
everything.
Israel. These Jews can leave Tel Aviv. They can leave Israel and go back to Morocco, Iraq, Iran. They can.
No, they can't.
I support their right to do so. I
don't.
support their right.
So, okay, so we have that disagreement. I don't support their rights. Just because their grandfather used to live there is not what makes them okay. Okay, so we disagree on the right of return. The right of return doesn't exist almost anywhere in the world that I've ever heard of. It's just a thing, again, that's made by the Arab League in order to keep Palestinians stateless.
I mean, this is a whole argument for Israel. Like the Ashkenazi Jews claim that they have a right to Israel because they're returning from
I
being
don't care.
in the diaspora.
They're wrong. Okay,
So there is no basis for the Israeli state, according to you.
The Israeli state exists, and it has an immigration policy that favors Jews. That is true. Armenia is a state that exists, and it has.
It's unjust, to make a moral.
I don't agree that it's unjust. Can I answer anything you're saying? Can I just please respond?
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. So Armenia is a country. You would agree? It is started to exist like 100 years ago. Again, it's protected by Russia, but not very well, because right now the Nagorno-Karabakh, they had to run there. So here's what I want to say about Armenia. It is an ethno-state. If you look at the demographics of Armenia, you will find something very, very interesting. You will find, let me just go to the, here we go. Armenia started out being quite Armenian, 84% in 1926, but over time became overwhelmingly Armenian, with 98% of people Armenian. You look at Korea, it's overwhelmingly Korean. Now, here's the thing. Do I support the existence of Armenia as a safe haven for a people that has been also, just like Jews, kicked around in a diaspora, persecuted, and like I said, killed maybe millions in the Armenian genocide, or 20 years earlier by the Hamidian genocides? I do. And I think Assyrians should have their own state, and I think that Greeks should have their own state, and they do. Because when they didn't have their own state, you had this. The Ottomans were massacring so many people, and no, it wasn't in response to something that happened in Europe.
Yes, it was.
1822 was before that. Whatever
I'll show you. When you're finished talking, I'll show you.
Okay, fine. The island of Chios, 100,000 people were killed or enslaved during the massacre. So now that it's my turn to respond, if that's okay, you can interrupt me, but what I'm saying is factually based. When you say Jews theoretically have a rabbi somewhere, and I see the same video played over and over, you're stealing my house. If I don't steal it, someone else will steal it. Or they play the video of the guy who says, in the future, the Gentiles will be our slaves when the Messiah comes. These are theoretical things. What's that?
That's Maimonides saying that, based on the Talmud.
Okay.
Not some random rabbi.
It's not a random rabbi. But what I'm trying to say to you, Daniel, straight to the point, and why you had me on your show, even if the Jews meant it all, which they don't, and when you say that Maimonides said we have to force people, he said force the Jews to follow the Jewish law in all the nations. You could look it up. But even if they meant it all, what I'm saying to you is, in practice, there's a billion Muslims. So when the Ottomans were massacring Christians, whether it was in 1822, or whether it was Hamidian massacres, or whether it was the Saifo in like, these killing fields are systematic. Whether they were doing it in Pakistan with the Hindu rapes, systematic. I condemn all of it. If Jews were doing it, I condemn it. And proportionally how much they do it. If they kill 1 million people, I condemn it even more than the Ottomans, okay? So what bothers me is when people navel gaze at, like, oh, I saw a Jew spit on a Christian, and meanwhile, like, rapes of hundreds of thousands of people systematically, and they're like, oh, that's equivalent. Look at the double standard. These people are killing 100, 300,000, and a Jew spit on a Christian. So how can Christians live under, what I'm trying to say to you is there are multiple factors for why Christians are leaving, and you could look at the as number 20 and you could see exactly why they're leaving. And it's split 70-30. 70% of Christians are actually kind of afraid of their Muslim neighbors. That's them saying it in the poll. So is that Islamophobia? I guess it is for them. I don't want that to happen. I think their Muslim neighbors should be nice. And they are mostly nice. Maybe the Christians feel wrongly about that. So my point is this. It is, and by the way, it's not true. This is what I was going to show you. It's not true that they don't have weapons. On October 4th, before any attack, Islamic Jihad had a public parade where they showed all the weapons, including, by the way, Badr 3 weapons, missiles that probably were attacking the Al-Ahli hospital exploded because it had the size of the warhead matches what would happen here. Regardless, who's giving them these weapons? Mohammed Morsi gave them the tunnels, and Iran is smuggling the weapons to them. I condemn all of it. I condemn if Netanyahu was doing it. I don't care if he's Jewish. I don't care if he's Israeli. I condemn Ben Gvir. I condemn what he should be investigated, Ben Gvir. He's a national security minister. He allowed the biggest attack on Israel, national security lapse, just like 9/11 here. So I condemn it all. But my solutions are, I have actual solutions. If you want, I'll tell you my solutions. But yes, I condemn across the board these warmongers, but you don't condemn the warmongers here. You don't. Do you condemn them? Do you condemn? Can you say the words right now? I condemn Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They should not have been.
I do not condemn Palestinian resistance to colonialism. Yes,
people killed.
Well, it's killing due to colonial invasion and ethnic cleansing. They're defending themselves. Every person acknowledges that defense militarily is legitimate morally, and even the according to international rights or international law, people can defend themselves from an illegal occupation and a colonial invasion. So I'm not going to condemn Palestinians for resisting their own genocide. Why would I do that?
I hope I can open your eyes by showing you this page. Check out my screen here. I'm sorry. This is what I had to do all this research over the years. So take religion out of it. Take Islam out of it. Take Judaism out of it. Here's a proxy war in Ukraine. This man, same logic. They came in there. We're helping fellow Russians. They're being oppressed by the Kiev regime instead of the Zionist regime. Instead of saying free Palestine, they're going to say Slava Ukrainian.
The Ukrainians were not transferred from other parts of the world in the same way.
You're misunderstanding.
In the same way that
Russians were
population transfer.
The Russians were. The Russians in the Donbass were coming there for work, and so did Arabs and Jews come to Palestine for work. But what I'm saying is that this Strelkov could say exactly word for word everything you're saying. He could say that we're resisting the Kiev regime. He could say that they are trying to kill us. He could say that they've been treating us really badly all these years. But in the end, people died. Of course, Strelkin didn't die, and all these politicians never die. The people in Hamas are living thousands of miles away. They're billionaires. But guess who dies? The regular people, the plebs, who are indoctrinated to hate the other people. I don't care. It's not about Islam or this. It's a proxy war.
Not indoctrinated to hate people. Palestinians aren't indoctrinated to hate. They hate being genocided. That's what they hate.
Okay, Ukrainians. Do you know the Ukrainians in the West hate the Russians just as much as the Palestinians hate the Jews. They say Yehudi, Jews, not Zionists. They say Jews.
Well, if the Russians did what Israel has done, then that hate would be justified by the Ukrainians.
Well,
assuming that your analogy is actually correct. I don't have time to fact check.
The Holodomor. If you know about the Holodomor, I mean, you could always justify hate. You could always say much more people died in Ukraine, and the Irish could hate British.
Yeah.
English.
So let me justify what I was saying about the genocide and massacre of Muslims in the Caucasus and Southeast Europe.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Okay, so persecution of Muslims during the Ottoman contraction. So this was against the Ottoman Empire by Christian groups, and it led to the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Muslims. So this is from the early, even earlier than the 19th century. But some of the worst massacres happened in the 19th century. So this is one. There's also the Circassian
So you justify
genocide here.
you're
The
justifying-
Circassian genocide, expulsion of 95 to 97% of the Circassian population, resulting in 1 to 1.5 million deaths. Peoples planned for extermination were mainly the Muslim Circassians. So this is what is happening in the Caucasus. This is what's happening in southeastern Europe. There's just, and the Ottomans were reacting to this. So they reacted against the Christians. So you can't talk about the Ottoman massacre of Christians without also talking about the Circassian genocide.
When was the Circassian genocide? The
genocide came up later in 1863.
So how does that explain the Chios massacre of the Greeks?
That's why I started out by showing you this page that documents the persecution of Muslims during the entire time of the Ottoman contraction,
what preceded?
which goes back to the 18th century. So that does precede the Ottoman persecution.
I think, Daniel, the bottom line is this. The difference between maybe our worldviews is that I don't care why the Serbs were massacring the Albanians or the Albanians were massacring the Serbs. I don't care why the Russians...
You don't care as long as it doesn't serve the narrative point that you're making.
No, you want to perpetuate the old ethnic hatreds of the Hutus and the Hutsis forever or whatever.
No, I don't. I think that to resolve conflict, to resolve violence, justice has to be served. You have to serve justice. And
what do you think justice is?
Justice does have to consider why certain conflicts take place.
That's a slogan.
Who is perpetuating the violence? Who is initiating the violence?
Both sides
you have to be able to investigate that.
But you know who initiates the violence? It's the foreign proxies.
To reach justice, you have to investigate the causes of these conflicts.
I've just
when we say that Iraq, over 1 million Muslims, Iraqis, were murdered because of the invasion of Iraq, your response can't be that, people get killed and there's probably fault in both sides. Saddam was a pretty bad guy, so I guess we just have to move on. That's
Daniel,
not
everything
justice.
You're saying.
Justice means you identify that on false pretenses, the United States, given intelligence, false pretenses perpetuated by the Israeli Mossad, the United States invaded Iraq, and that resulted in a bombing campaign, shock and awe campaign that resulted in ultimately over 1 million Muslims dying. To serve justice, to reach justice, you have to acknowledge who initiated this conflict, who engaged in lies, who engaged in war crimes, who engaged in these atrocities, and then you can reach a point of justice.
Daniel,
right? You agree with
the
that?
Show in order to hear my views, right? You can always hear your own views. Let me tell you.
I invited you for a discussion. I didn't invite you for you just telling me what you think.
I
invited you for a discussion. So you make points. I listen quietly. I look at your screen share, and then I respond with my points in my screen share. Right?
But while you respond, you ask me a question like, "Who is behind these things?"
A rhetorical question. If I want to ask you a question where I want an answer, I'll stop and say, "Please, what is your opinion, Greg?"
Well,
otherwise,
may I tell you?
Yes.
While it may have been true, and I haven't investigated the role of a secret government organization, Mossad, in 9/11 or the invasion of Iraq, what I can tell you is that besides those factors, you keep looking at theoretical things in the Talmud or 1% Jews doing this, and yes, they may be factors, small factors, but besides those Jews, there were a lot of people in the Soviet Union. There were a lot of people in the United States. George W. Bush had a vendetta with Saddam because of his father. And all those babies in incubators lie that got us involved in the first Gulf War with Saddam was a lie too. Had nothing to do with Jews. There's a lot of other people besides Jews in governments that create these problems. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That
there's no strategic interest for the United States to take out Saddam. The strategic interest is of Israel to take out one of their major enemies in the region.
Sure, and not just Israel. I mean, it's a strategic interest of the Saudis to take out Iran. That does not mean that Saudis are behind everything.
That's why Saudi cooperate, and I blame Saudi Arabia, and many Muslims did. They criticized Saudi Arabia for allowing the U.S. to launch their attacks. But that doesn't mean that
I blame the Saudis. I blame Israeli government.
But there's one group. There's one country that has a disproportionate.
You're not going to solve anything by blaming people.
A disproportionate influence on perpetuating or creating that war.
Do you want to know how to solve
Saudi Arabia is not as culpable as Israel or the United States
Really?
or Iran, even though
not in-
Iran and
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia also benefited from taking out Saddam Hussein. They had a hand to play in it, but they are not as culpable as Israel in the machinations that led to the invasion of Iraq in the first Gulf War and in the second Gulf War. That's logical. Like, that's logical. And to claim like, okay, you're willing to you tiptoe around the idea that, okay,
I'm willing to
Israel
answer
has
everything
done
directly. not
Israel
to-
has done a lot of crime. Israel has committed war crimes.
War
They have
crimes.
been involved
Many countries have.
in conspiracies and terrorism. You acknowledge all of that. You bring up
Many
the
countries
examples
do.
yourself, but you're not willing to take the extra step. And you strawman
What
my
extra step?
position. The extra step to say that has a disproportionate influence in this particular region. In the Middle East, Israel has a disproportionate
Obviously, it's
role
their region.
in
Why would they not have a
bad stuff.
disproportionate? What?
They have a disproportionate role in doing bad stuff. That's what
Every
I am.
country has a. Okay.
Yeah,
Again.
exactly. You just go saying, whenever I point that out, you say, no, every country does
Because
bad
because
stuff.
literally, okay,
You
I
won't
can say,
acknowledge that it
Daniel,
has
let
had
me get a word in
disproportionate role.
edgewise. Pakistan has a disproportionate, wildly disproportionate effect on its region, where it was killing Hindus, Afghans, and look at the ISI, what they did, even with Afghanistan, how they had the Taliban, and before the Taliban, how they had trained them with the Mujahideen. Everybody uses everybody. These empires, I'm saying, are doing evil things. And you could say Israel, 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 Israel all day. But Israel's number 22 on the list. Pakistan killed 3 million Bengali Hindus, 3 million. And you're talking about Israel. In Sudan right now, there is a proxy war. Look, it's less than in Gaza, but it was more than Gaza in 2023. And the only thing you ever heard was Gaza, when they weren't even 1% of that. Nobody came out for Sudan. Nobody comes out for Yemen. Yemen, you said Saudi. You could actually tell me that what's the largest open air prison in the world? Everyone knows Gaza, right? Wrong. It was Yemen. Yemen is far larger. It has 40 million people and 20 million are starving.
These are what's the regime that is perpetuating that open air prison in Yemen is backed by who? Is funded by who? Like, on who's?
Yes, the Jews. What?
No, that's
the Zionists. What?
No, it's a factual matter. It's not like a conspiracy.
You understand
like,
that they can what I'm trying to get to you, right? Is
do you think it's a coincidence that the arch nemesis of Israel and Yemen, which are the Houthis, also happen to be the arch nemesis of Saudi?
Do you want me?
Is that coincidence? Is that coincidence or not?
Two answers. One, you sound exactly like the people who speak about Illuminati, the Freemasons, and the Jews. What I'm saying is it a coincidence that 9/11 is? Look.
No, that was a rhetorical question, but it's a factual matter that the policy that Saudi Arabia had was supported by Tel Aviv.
These are not coincidences, and they're not pagan gods, and they're not Illuminati behind it. What happens is the same thing that happens in The Invisible Hand when Adam Smith talked about the wealth of nations. He said, the merchants collude with merchants. Doesn't matter. They don't have to explicitly collude. Their interests are the same because they're merchants. You could look it up. And the people, the plebs, the little people, the civilians, right, buying stuff, they're on their own side. I'm on the side of the civilians. This is what you keep treating me like, you support Zionism. I'm trying to tell you I'm a libertarian. I care that all of these governments, all of them, the Iranian one, the Israeli one, and guess what? The Hamas one, they have the same thing without colluding. They all want to stay in power because Netanyahu is about to be prosecuted and maybe thrown in jail once the war ends. One, Ben Gvir, others, right? The Ayatollah is unpopular around many other circles. And if they don't have these conflicts going on in the resistance axis, guess what? The Iranians might actually take back in another revolution and they'll be gone. And Hamas, let's talk about Hamas, who had no elections since they ever got elected. And they indoctrinate children from birth to support them in their jihad. They, of course, they live in luxury. Their members live in Qatar, right? And have their third wife, who's 28 years old, and replenish their kids.
And what about all the AIPAC warmongers who are living in luxury as they send?
Sure, AIPAC warmongers, but this is where you think you got me. And what I'm trying to tell you is
no, there's no equivalence. Palestinian resistance, the resistance is not equivalent to the colonizer.
You justify
Nelson Mandela is not equivalent to apartheid South African government. Right? Are
this
they?
is
Are
the
they?
core of the issue. This is the core. You have an ideology, just like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan did.
The Jews resisting the Third Reich and Nazism were not the same as the Nazis. Do you
Yes,
agree
but
with
guess
that?
what the Jews weren't doing? The Jews didn't try to destroy Germany. They didn't try
Yes,
to.
they did. Yes, they did. They
The
had
Jews had
plans to commit acts of terrorism
acts of
against
terrorism and
Germans
not trying to.
and to poison the water supply in Germany as
Okay.
revenge for the Holocaust. Yes, Jews
I'm
were.
talking about. No,
Jews did
see,
want
you're using a
to
future
fight.
event. Hold on, wait. What you just did? You
Jews
said as
were part.
revenge. You said
So
as
Jews
revenge
didn't
for the
resist.
Holocaust.
Jews didn't resist Nazism, right?
I'm just parsing what you just said, Daniel. You said they had tried to poison the water as revenge for the Holocaust. But what we were discussing was, did the Jews bring on the Holocaust by essentially trying to destroy Germany? Now, Hitler would say yes.
So
but
Hamas is bringing like ethnic cleansing because of what?
Hamas is equivalent to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan who got 2 million people killed. I'm saying maybe it's a worthy cause. Maybe in your mind, this cause is worth sacrificing other people's lives. But guess what, Daniel? You and I are sitting here.
They're sacrificing their own lives. You come out. See, you're talking
they're
from
not.
both sides of your mouth. You say that Israel is perpetuating these war crimes, these evil acts.
Israel is one
You
of the
acknowledge that,
governments.
but okay, Israel is
One of them.
So what
It's
is
not the
should be
main
the
one even.
response? So what should be the response to this kind of evil that Israel is perpetuating?
Fine.
Do
I'll even
Palestinians have
answer it.
any recourse,
Wait.
given the fact that Israel
What
does
should be the
not
response?
acknowledge any kind of international imposition, any UN resolution they don't acknowledge? So do Palestinians have a right to armed resistance? Yes or no?
You're asking me, or you're asking?
Yes,
like
I'm
me?
asking you.
Okay. I don't think that people should use. No, what people say the right.
They don't have the right.
Can I give you a longer answer? Do you just want to know?
Give me a yes or no, and then elaborate.
No.
Okay, now elaborate.
Okay, because whenever people claim to have a worthy cause, the Kurds, the PKK could have a worthy cause against Erdogan and say, look, we want Kurdistan. We were overlooked by the Sykes-Picot Agreement. We should have the Workers' Socialist Party. Now, if you give them weapons and they fight, guess who dies? Regular Kurds who just want to live their life and want to have children. Okay. Now, if you go indoctrinate all the little Kurds to say the Turks are evil monsters, we should kill them, we should take over Turkey, and the Kurds, some of them do believe that, you're going to get the kids to become martyrs, maybe teach them a martyr ideology. Are you helping these people? No, that's the difference between you and me. You think it's so worthy, the ideology, but you're not willing to go there yourself. But you want other people, you volunteer them to die.
I'm not allowed to go
obscene.
there. I'm not allowed to actually go there. So,
but
you can go there. You can freely go to Israel. You can go visit Jerusalem. I'm not allowed.
Can you go? You don't understand the point. If there's another jihad, a local jihad, by the way, to the viewers, jihad is a local phenomenon. It is. There's not in Islam. There's a lesser jihad where you resist the occupier or the whatever you think is bad locally, and so that's what gives you that mentality, okay, from the Islamic point of view. But the reason why the socialists like PFLP did it wasn't for Islam, wasn't for jihad. It was because the KGB, just like the CIA in Ukraine, maybe you understand when I speak your language, where
the Mujahideen were repelling an invasion, a colonial expansion of the USSR.
The Palestinians had been granted citizenship by Jordan and were living peacefully. And the PLO had destroyed it all. Stability. You're against stability, and I'm not. That's the difference.
No, the stability that you want is stability on the back of blood and bones and genocide. That's the kind of stability. Yeah, you wipe out the Palestinians. You expel them from their land. You're going to
wipe
have
out anyone. You don't. These national identities.
That's what happened historically, and you have a group that comes to resist that. Okay, and you said they don't have the right. Palestinians, according to you, apparently are the only group that don't have the right to resist an occupation and a forced expulsion from their land and ethnic cleansing. That's basically what you're saying, because you said that they don't have the right to militarily.
The opposite of what I'm saying.
Then you gave me like it's the opposite. You said no, they don't have the right.
Here, I'll show you. No group has this right. No group. The Uyghur terrorists in China made it so that the Chinese crackdown on Uyghurs was really bad. The Liberation Tigers of Tamil, look at this, Tamil Tigers. was the most prolific terrorist organization in the world for a while in Sri Lanka. Were Tamils treated badly in Sri Lanka? Hell yes, they were. But having terrorists only made it worse. Whether it's China, Sri Lanka, whether I'm helping these people, I'm literally helping
The United
Rohingya.
States wouldn't even exist if it weren't for military resistance against occupation or
Do you know
against
who I am?
colonialism.
Do you know what I do, by the way? I help Muslims like the Rohingya people. Okay. Let me share my screen one more time. This is actually important. These people are forgotten. Unlike the Palestinians get all the attention. In Myanmar, in the last 10 years, there was a civil war. And I'm going to play this for 30 seconds because people should know this. Okay. These are Muslims too, by the way, and you should care.
We
Here.
do care. Muslims do care.
Okay,
I don't go to a single Friday prayer where the imam doesn't mention the Rohingya.
So the people who are listening may not know. Okay, in that case, let's show them what happened. The Rohingya, I don't know if it's big enough, I'm sorry, are the indigenous people of, here, let me make it bigger. They're the indigenous
Burma.
people of Burma. Here, let me play this. In 1982, the Burmese government passed a law removing the Rohingya people as citizens of Burma, similarly to how Jordan removed Palestinians in 1988 as citizens of Jordan. The Burmese military forced hundreds of thousands of Rohingya to flee their ancestral land. They went to these regions here. They're in the diaspora. In every single case, see, people don't care about, well, you care because you're Muslim, and I thank you that you care about millions of people here. They deserve a home too. And you know what the solution is in every single case? It is for these countries, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, to give them citizenship or their children or their grandchildren. Because if they don't, they will have no protection, no rights. And that is exactly what the Palestinians have. No protection and no rights.
So what happened, for example, to the Jews in leading up to the Holocaust with the Third Reich, if you could go back with a time machine and give them all weapons to resist the Holocaust, you wouldn't. You'd say that, okay, well, try to get out before the Holocaust happens, and other countries need to give you citizenship. In Europe, by the way, not taking over Palestine and ethnically cleansing, but within Europe, just become citizens of Europe. And by the way, these European countries were not taking Jews as refugees coming from Germany.
That is correct, and you've hit upon the problem. The Evian country.
But you don't think that the Jews at that time had a right to militarily resist?
No, I don't. I'm across the board telling you the same freaking thing. You're not listening. Military resistance in the Donbass, in Afghanistan, 2 million people died.
You could have, like, 6 million could have been prevented from genocide if there was
a hypothetical. What are you talking about here?
You think that
the Mujahideen literally got 2 million people killed?
It's better for the Jews of Germany not to have been armed than for them to have been armed and to resist Adolf Hitler. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you want, this is such a complex thing. I would need a minute to answer it, if you don't mind. Okay.
But it's just like, it's such a ridiculous,
like outrageous response. It's like, hey, Greg, tell me quantum mechanics.
I'm just trying to apply. I'm trying to take your principle and apply it across the board. But you're saying that more Jews would die, more than 6 million would die if the Jews had been armed within Germany.
No, you're missing the point. Here, let me share my screen. I'll show you the consequences of arming people versus not arming them. Okay. Here we have the Mujahideen. We armed about 200 to 250,000 fighters. The Soviet Union even contributed more people. And the result is 2 million people dead. Or some people say 1.2 million, also disabled. Okay, so you're saying these are all acceptable things.
No, but you're not proving that it would have been worse if the Mujahideen weren't there.
I'm only getting started. So here's another one.
You're not proving that would have been better. There would be less than 2 million killed if the Mujahideen weren't armed. You're not proving that.
I'm about to get there. I can't, dude. How do you expect me to answer your question in literally 10 seconds without any? Okay. The CIA did a study. I'm just having a random site, but you could look it up. Arming rebels rarely works. The CIA, literally under Obama, I followed this, I remembered this, showed that it almost never works. It almost never
What
gives
does
you.
works mean? Like, it doesn't work for the CIA. Yeah, of course.
Not
Because
only
the
does it,
groups that they arm end up turning against the CIA eventually. That's why it doesn't work.
no,
Like,
it
I've read
doesn't.
this report from the
Yeah,
CIA.
it
they're
doesn't work for the
they're
people.
not talking about the total deaths and the loss of life or the destruction of a land because you're being invaded. It doesn't work for the CIA because the CIA ends up getting backstabbed by their double agents. That doesn't prove your point.
I'm trying to make my point. What I'm trying to say to you is, of course, they don't care. How Jimmy, this is important, how Jimmy Carter and I started the Mujahideen. You're right. These people don't care. If you read Counterpunch in 1998, they had an interview in France. This guy had an interview, Brzezinski. That's the architect of the Mujahideen thing. Just like I said, the KGB funded the PLO. The CIA funded covertly the Mujahideen, as you've seen. When asked, do you regret having supported all of them? He says, he goes, regret what? That secret operation was an excellent idea. It had the effect of drawing the Russians into the Afghan trap. And you want me to regret it? The day the Soviets officially crossed the border, I wrote to President Carter, we now have the opportunity to make another Vietnam for the Soviets. These people don't care. They look at their big geopolitical chess game and they're like, okay, we're going to use the Vietnamese. We're going to have in Laos, we're going to have, the Pathet Lao. Like the PLO is just one of them. Hamas is just one of them. What I'm trying to tell you is there's hundreds. And every time you give them weapons and they die, the people who gave them weapons don't die. They go on to have nice lives. George W. Bush had that gaffe where he said, Putin invaded Ukraine, he invaded Iraq, I invaded Iraq. People laughed. There's no consequences to the foreign sponsors. There's no consequences to the Ayatollah for sponsoring the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And there's no consequence the other way, like you like to say, to sponsoring Israel for these people. As a libertarian.
We kind of have, we'll have to agree to disagree, because when you say that an occupied people or people that are being ethnically cleansed, they don't have the right to respond militarily. They don't have the right to take up arms against their oppressors. If that's like the basis of your position, I don't agree. I think that's irreconcilable.
Every other people in the world, Catalonia had an independence referendum, and they arrested the leaders, and that was that. In Kharkov, they arrested the leaders, and that was that. People aren't the leaders. People don't care about this crap, these flags, because
no, they do, because the people are the ones who are being exterminated. The
What are you
people are
talking
the
about?
ones who are being exterminated. It's the Palestinians in the West Bank, where every year there's over 2,000 acts of terrorism from Mir Kahana, as you mentioned, these settlers who are they're not burning down the leaders' homes. They're burning down the
these
Palestinians.
are the leaders they want. The Hashemite
They're burning.
brothers.
So those people, if the Palestinians in the West Bank could have arms where they can defend themselves against settler terrorism, of course I'm in support of that. And that's a separate question than, international interference is bad. Okay, put that aside.
My position is, when you arm the militants, the civilians die, gets a lot of people killed. Of course, you can blame the people dropping bombs on them, but you should also blame the people that armed the militants to destroy stability.
The people are the militants. You see, the people are resisting. When they resist, they become militant. So there's not this distinction between
you're painting them with a broad brush, right? You're saying you're not talking about all Jews, you're not talking about all Muslims, but when you talk about all Gazans, you're like, I've shown you what the people on the ground. They don't want to live with the Jews when they're in the West Bank.
Yeah, explain why.
Here's why.
Just like Israelis don't want to live with Canaanites.
Here's what I'm trying to tell you why. Israeli Arabs have lived with Jews since 1947, and they don't want to live in the West Bank either.
Because Israel has made it into a hellhole with their occupation.
No, it's because
it's not like a mystery.
The reason, look, one group wants to live with Jews and is okay with living with Jews, and you can ask them, and they're like, yeah, I go to Jews because they see them every day.
Yeah,
That's the
they
point.
don't have a right to criticize.
No, as a stop it.
Arab Israelis don't even have the right to criticize the Israeli state.
Stop it with.
There's laws that will put them in prison if they
See,
criticize.
this is
If
the
they
core
fly
of
a
everything.
Palestinian flag, if you fly a Palestinian flag,
Yeah.
you will be put into prison in Israel. These are the
Dude,
equal
that's all
rights
the
that
flags.
Arab
I
Israelis
don't care.
enjoy. They love it there. They love
I
Israel.
don't care if you can't fly an Israeli flag. It's not about the flags. It's not about the flag of Ukraine.
Well, you're a
or the flag of
libertarian,
Russia.
so you apparently are for free speech. So
I'm a libertarian.
Arab Israelis don't have free speech rights. They're second class.
They're human beings.
They're suffering from apartheid.
The
That's
majority.
the
Do you know where?
reality.
Okay, let me ask you this. You should know this at least. Do you know where the majority of Palestinians in the world live? What country?
Egypt?
No. Try again.
I don't know.
Jordan. 2.5 million to 3 million or more live in Jordan, more than West Bank and Gaza combined. It is a state that gave human beings citizenship. You call them Palestinians, they're just as much Jordanian as everyone else, just as much as an Italian American is an American.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm like, my argument isn't on the basis of nationalism. My argument is on the basis of people who are being massacred, even if they weren't Muslim.
They're not massacred.
There's not a massacre
The
happening
one in Jordan,
in
no,
Gaza
they
right
were
now.
massacred in 1970 during the uprising, which you support. You support uprisings. This is what I have a problem with, you revolutionaries. You support disrupting the public order, that millions of people go to work every day, go back to their families. You're saying, no, let's create a hellhole so that we can have a flag or whatever. We're real Palestinians versus Jordanians, so let's have a Palestinian state. Like, do you understand how that sounds to libertarian? That sounds like you make these artificial distinctions between people who live 20 miles away, who obviously had children with the other people and genetically are totally related and have the same language, the same food, the same customs, the same culture, pretty much all across the board. And the reason why the Palestinian people was created as this people is literally elucidated by the very PLO leaders themselves.
You're talking about these things as if they're in the past. The ethnic cleansing is happening right now by the Israeli state. Palestinians, you don't want to call them Palestinians, call them human beings.
You can call them whatever you want.
Human beings are being expelled and ethnically cleansed right now by the Israeli state. And
that's wrong. That's bad. What part of you? But you're stuck in the blame game, and I'm trying to solve it. The way you solve it,
but what you're solving it by is something that doesn't acknowledge who the aggressor is and who is the one who's perpetuating. Your solution of just give them Jordanian citizenship, that doesn't acknowledge that, guess what, Israel wants to take over parts of Jordan. Israel wants to take over parts of
Jordan. It does.
Why can't they? They militarily, that's what they are aiming to do. They're
so
aiming to take over parts
the
of
Palestinians
Lebanon.
Stand a much better chance of repelling an attack by the Israeli government if they use the Jordanian army. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Jordanian army is bought.
Okay, the Jordanian army was the strongest army that actually succeeded to take Jerusalem and expel all the Jews. They were the only army that was actually strong enough. So the Jordanian army showed itself very well. And what I'm saying to you is, you made this. We're on the opposite side of this. I like the Jordanian king, and I like that he shot down missiles from Iran because he prevented a regional war. You prefer to believe he didn't. Maybe you want to condemn him.
You think wouldn't it be great if the Jordanian king shot down these 2,000-pound bombs or 2,000 ton bombs that are being dropped on Palestinians? Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, then that would be a regional war between Jordan and Israel. So you're in favor of that?
I'm in favor. Yeah, I think if you want to stop a genocide, for example, okay, you call this a genocide. You call this a genocide, right? So
so does the ICJ.
No,
so does the UN. They say that Israel
let's be honest.
Genocidal
action. They said, we'll take on a case. There's something here. We're not going to throw it out. That's what they've said. They have to say it's plausible.
Since then, they have said that, okay, there is plausibly a genocide happening and the population is being starved. This is a genocide. The UN officials are saying that.
This is another huge problem I have with sort of these hijacking of these words like concentration camp and genocide, because there's not a single concentration camp in history. Can you name one that is remotely close to Gaza with its beaches before 2023? Universities, people having weddings is huge. The concentration camps, when people talk about the Japanese internment camps, when they talk about the Uyghurs allegedly being crammed into conditions where they were systematically, if I could show you my screen, I would show you This is systematic. With Gaza, they had a baby boom, and the babies are indoctrinated to hate. So of course it's not gonna end well. How do you suppose they're different than the Israeli Arabs? Genetically, they're the same, but one receives education that we gotta your thing that you like, you understand that education, but you don't understand the Israeli Arab, who's fine. You don't understand a Catalonian who doesn't want to kill the Spaniards.
They're not fine. Like, this is just Hasbara. Like, the Arab Israelis are not fine. They don't have the same rights.
And Black
as
Americans are
Israelis.
not fine in America, but
I agree. That's a good comparison. You know, that's a good with Black Americans.
So do you support the
blacks in apartheid South Africa? Yeah, that's exactly what.
No, I'm saying the blacks
Arab
in
Israelis
America,
are suffering.
in your country, in my country, in the United States, the blacks, right, black people are not fine in that same to that same degree. Okay, so what I'm saying as the West Bank. So what I'm saying to you, what I'm trying to say to you is, would you support the creation of a black ethno state like the new Black Panther Party wants to do, or an uprising, kill all the white people? Of course not. Those are stupid solutions.
I don't. But you're straw manning my position. I don't think that Palestinian resistance should rise up and kill all the Jews. That's not what I believe. That's not what I support.
That is literally okay. May not be what you believe. So you denounce the education.
And I read the Hamas
not the
charter.
The education given to impressionable young kids, which says
the education that's given to children is that we are opposed to the Zionist occupation. That's why Jews like Norman Finkelstein can go to Hamas-controlled territory, and you don't see Palestinian children immediately throwing rocks at him because he's a Jew. If they were indoctrinated to hate Jews, if someone like Norman Finkelstein or Noam Chomsky or whoever as Jews went to Gaza or the West Bank, and these Palestinian children just are indoctrinated to hate Jews, they would get attacked and they would be lynched. But that doesn't happen because they're not indoctrinated to hate Jews for being Jews.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I have to repeat that.
Okay, well, can I show my screen? I'm going to show my screen then. I'm sorry. I have to do this. Here is the literal. Here are some examples of them. The kids shows indoctrinating Jews. Now, again, this show ran for a little bit of time.
I can show you the clips of the.
I understand, but let me.
I can show you clips.
Show me the clips of yeshivas next. Show me that next. Sure, but let me just explain what I'm talking about.
They don't explain that when they refer to Jews, it's not actually referring to Jewish people universally.
I'm not saying universally.
Give me a response. Don't just repeat the same talking point.
I'm not repeating a talking point.
Engage with the point that I made. When Norman Finkelstein and other Jewish activists go to Gaza and the West Bank, why are they not lynched?
Can I please don't talk over me for a moment? Let
answer that question. Don't bring up something else. You engage in too much whataboutism. Answer that question. Why aren't Jews that are visiting Gaza and the West Bank for humanitarian reasons, why are they not lynched by the Palestinians? If the Palestinians, as you claim, are indoctrinated to hate Jews.
Do you want to hear my answer? Okay.
Yes.
Norman Finkelstein, I know him, did not visit Gaza. Okay. So that's, first of all, your premise is wrong. He visited the
the West Bank. So why isn't he being lynched in the West Bank?
And you listen to what he said back when he was giving the interviews. I'm talking about when he was there, because he wasn't there for a long time now. He said the socialist, because he is a Maoist. He used to be a socialist Maoist. Okay, he likes the Palestinian. And by the way, just you didn't let me show the thing, but I'll do it later. The socialists treated him well. The secular, he was hanging out with them, and it's fine. When he talked about the Hamas, he's like, "Oh, they found out I was a Jew boy. It was fine. Oh, we had a little bit of a problem, but thankfully it was okay." Literally in his interview, he says that. I can play you.
It was okay, right? It was okay.
The way he says it, though, he's trying to laugh it off. Why would they? Just because he was Jewish, Norman?
Do Jewish children have a right to hate Germany?
I'm talking about in the West Bank.
Do Jewish children have the right to hate Amalek?
No, there is no Amalek. Amalek has been.
Well, Netanyahu is talking about Amalek. These rabbis at B'nai David are talking about Amalek. The IDF is singing songs about wiping out Amalek. So do Jewish children have a right to hate Amalek? Are they indoctrinated? Are they indoctrinated to hate Amalek?
Everyone has a right to hate, but it's destructive. You're focusing on amplifying the hate and using the hate. That's the problem I have. And on that,
I'm just pointing out the double standards.
Okay, and I'm only saying again. Okay, can you let me show the screen? Sure. Show the double standards. Show it on the Israeli
I just want to reduce the copyrighted content that we're playing on this.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The stream is already on thin
Fine.
ice as it is, and you're
Fine.
just
So then
playing
I'll show
YouTube
you.
clips.
I'll show you.
Everyone
something
has
else.
seen the Mickey Mouse, beheading, whatever.
It's not just it's the books. It's the camps where they train you how to shoot. Who do you shoot? Who do you lynch? It's always
All
the
of these
same.
have counterparts amongst Jews. Like this is Hasbara, man.
No,
All of these have counterparts. I can show
but
you
how is it
Jewish
the point? How is it they're
clips
pointing out?
from yeshivas and from
Fine.
kindergartens, Jewish kindergartens, where the children are taught to hate Arabs. And in fact, I don't have to point to those clips. I can just point to the Talmud. I can point to the Hebrew Bible. I can point to your religious texts that teach that kind of
And
racial
that's
supremacy.
not good. I agree that there are extremists, 1%.
But there's no equivalency.
Dude,
in Islam, we don't teach that.
1%.
In Islam, we do not teach racial supremacy. We do not teach this concept of Amalek, that remember what they did to you, therefore you have to take revenge till the end
but
of
you do
time.
teach a concept.
We don't have those same concepts.
But many people teach a concept.
We have the concept of Ahlul Kitab, that Jews are a protected people, Ahlul Dhimma. That's what Islam teaches. That's why Jews prefer to live in Muslim lands.
Okay, I'm trying to explain to you that yes, you do have a concept. Concept is you got to retake. If Islam ever had a land, you got to retake that land, and eventually, a lot of people. Again, these concepts are not
through
universally
genocide,
held, but they're held by enough people that it matters.
Not through ethnic cleansing. Muslims are not allowed to commit acts of ethnic cleansing, genocide, or terrorism.
Let me show my
this
screen.
goes back to
There's
Hadith.
no copyright violation. Let me show my screen here. It's just a New York Times article. Again, this is not Hasbara. This is a former Muslim.
Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Yeah. Okay. She's not. Yeah. It's not a Hasbara.
Yeah. The person who is proved to lie about her entire background in order to get citizenship in Europe. Like this is.
Okay.
My audience is well aware of Ayan Hirsi Ali. She's a Islamophobe,
Forget Ayan Hirsi Ali.
hateful bigot.
Here's New York Times talking directly about Mohammed Morsi, the Muslim Brotherhood. Directly. This is his words.
Here, let's I don't want to belittle or detract from the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, because I do believe, and I had a Jewish scholar, maybe you watched it on my stream, and I talked to him. And because we're getting close, we're over 4 hours now, so I just want to put a little bow on the whole.
Thank you. By the way, I think this was very productive and contentious.
I agree
at times, but productive. And I'm sorry, by the way, if I cut you off, but just sometimes you tell me like 7 things, and I'm like, okay, I got to answer thing number 4, but you're not. You see what I'm saying?
Perfectly understandable. Perfectly understandable. I think you're a great guest, and I enjoyed speaking with you. But I do want to acknowledge that I'm not a person like some of these white nationalists to say that anti-Semitism doesn't exist. Anti-Semitism does exist. And I had a conversation with David Carlton. He's from Brooklyn as well. And he was saying how sometimes he would go in the street as a child and people would attack him and throw these anti-Semitic slurs against him and harass him. And this is really a disgusting thing, I believe. And I think that there is these examples of anti-Jewish hate that are unconscionable. They're disgusting. And as a Muslim, I condemn them. I stand against that. So I don't want you to get the impression that in the context of Palestinians, in the context of people that are being ethnically cleansed, they have some hatred, and maybe they're not going to be as nuanced about their hatred.
Can I also say the other way? This is important. I also want to give my bona fides that I don't want people to get the impression that I somehow support a genocide or that I don't care about babies or whatever. I think it's pretty clear. My position is stop killing babies, but even more importantly, stop creating the conditions that inevitably lead to people getting killed. It just happens that Gaza is very popular, densely populated, less than Casablanca, Morocco, but still, and it has a lot of babies because there's joblessness and people have nothing to do a lot of the time. And frankly, because, people don't use condoms, which I'm sure you oppose.
You've talked about your concern for humanitarianism. You have done work with, advocating for Rohingya. Yes. So I don't think anyone can claim that you're like anti-Muslim. But, we had a contentious discussion. I think we had some common ground. I think at the end of it, we can agree that this kind of anti-Semitism, you don't agree with the politicization of anti-Semitism. You made it clear that you disagree with how the ADL characterized me. Just to
be clear, I don't know what you said. ADL may have looked at other stuff I haven't seen. I don't know. So I'm not going to but based on what we had, the discussions we had, all I would tell you, Daniel, is look, I understand you attack the Talmud because the hadiths get attacked or Islamophobes attack Islam, right? And that's a discussion we should have. But there's a more important discussion, and that is in the real world, okay? Besides what a theoretical sect says, or theoretically when the Messiah comes, who will be slaves or whatever, okay? There are people dying right now. There's Rohingya, there's 3 million that need citizenship, and there are 5 million Palestinians that need citizenship. And they live in Lebanon, and they live in Syria. And guess what? Syria and Lebanon have responsibilities too. And I'm sure you'll agree. Every country in that region can get together and solve it. And the solution to the Gaza situation was for the region to come together and confront Hamas, not Israel by itself. I hope you understand. I'm in favor of stability. The Jordanian king maintains stability. He's been able to do that, and that's great. I abhor what happened in Syria, where I don't know what side you're even on in that civil war, but I don't call that a genocide. That was Assad trying to really fight ISIS. Hezbollah came to help him. And all the resistance axis that you're talking about helped Assad, because the Sunni indoctrination by the Saudis, $85 billion spent on Salafist education, some of which is rubbed off on you, I think, right? Because you converted to Saudi ideology to Sunni Islam. It led to a civil war that tore apart Syria. The death toll was bigger than Gaza. There was horrific bombings. But that's not a genocide, in my opinion, because how else are you supposed to defend your country from an existential threat? So what I would like to happen is less Houthi revolutions, less revolutions in Syria and Muslim Brotherhood revolutions, whatever. If you
tell
want
Israel, tell AIPAC and the Israeli lobby to stop destabilizing these countries for the benefit of Israel.
And you tell Hamas to release the hostages. Sure, we'll call them on the
Yeah,
phone.
as soon as Israel releases the 5,000 Palestinian hostages, then I'll tell.
My point is, we don't have a direct line to these guys. Okay, if you want to know, that was Syria. That's funny. I'll end on this. If you want to know what I really think, on October 10th, I wrote a letter which I try to get to the Israeli government. I couldn't get it to them. It said, don't go into Gaza. It's a trap. Don't go in there alone. Stop. The people there are trapped. The fighters there, they're not going anywhere. You drove them back. Of course, they had to fight to get them out. Okay. Some people will say, oh, it was a false flag operation. Those are the kind of people like you who cherry pick a few people who died from helicopters and they make it out like everyone died from helicopters. No, there were really people killing in these kibbutzes. There was really people dying, and they had to act quickly. But once they got the militants into Gaza, at that point, they were trapped. So why not? And I need to share my screen. I really do need to show you this.
Well, I have to go.
And that's it. And then that's the last one. Okay.
I have to go.
And that's the last one. I promise. This is the solution. Cooperation. Now, you may not like that I'm against militant groups and I'm for states. Okay. You may not like that. But I think militant groups are even worse than states in that they create chaos and people die. Here is Macron, the president of France, came to Israel in October and said, we need a coalition. He simply said, let's build a regional and international coalition to do battle against all terrorist groups that threaten us.
Yeah,
Bingo.
the Palestinian resistance is not terrorism. So
okay,
you don't even acknowledge that there can be you don't acknowledge that can be legitimate armed resistance. So
wait, what?
Any armed resistance is going to be illegitimate according to you. Because that was the central question that I asked you.
Was this legitimate or not?
Do groups have the right? I don't know the details of this group. If it's ISIS, no, I reject.
No, it's the moderate rebels in Syria, quote, moderate rebels. And then there's the Al-Nusra Front. All of these groups were fighting the, quote, unjust government in Syria. And my question to you is the same. Which side of that are you on? Tell me the truth.
I'm against Bashar al-Assad. I'm against Iran backing Bashar al-Assad in committing all kinds of atrocities against Sunni Syrians. I'm against that.
So
I condemn that.
You're against Hezbollah coming and helping Bashar al-Assad?
Yes, I'm against that. Yes. But the larger point that I make, and that a lot of people have trouble understanding, is that this is an artificial civil war that's inflamed by outside powers, the United States
Correct.
and Israel, yeah, and some Arab states and even Turkey, and there are all these parties involved. But there is one country that has a disproportionate influence in inflaming these civil wars, and that's Israel. And I read you the Yinon plan. We can
And
talk about
Saudi
AIPAC.
Arabia. And Saudi Arabia spend
Yeah, well, this is
$85 billion.
what normalization with Saudi Arabia is about. This normalization is just formalizing what has already existed.
But
That Saudi Arabia is in
the point
is
they were
in the
doing this,
pocket
they were enemies
of
of
the
Israel.
Zionist state.
At the point they were
Saudi
doing
Arabia-
this, they opposed Israel. They were enemies of Israel at this moment. That they were
Normalization had been taking place long before the
So
Arab
in
Spring took
1982, you're
place.
saying they were friends of Israel, is what you're saying.
Wait, I thought you were talking about the Syrian revolution from
In
2011.
1982, Wahhabi Islam, the Saudis spent all this money because of what I'm trying to keep telling you. The US and Saudis helped the Mujahideen. And the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, it was part of this effort to spread Wahhabi Islam, of al-Wahhab, but also like these other groups, some of which you don't like now. So what I'm saying to you is, it wasn't just Israel. I keep coming back to this. Yes, maybe Israel.
Yeah, it wasn't
one
just
of them.
Israel. I agree. It was not just Israel. Yes.
Okay, good, good. If
It
there's
was
one thing I got through to
disproportionately. It
you,
was disproportionately Israel. Yeah.
I think Saudis had a much bigger role, and
Okay.
Yemen was a much bigger open air prison, and much more people died.
So I'll give you a chance to have the last word. Can you
Sure.
answer this? Try not to go into too many tangents.
Okay.
But what tactics do you think that Muslims should use to address anti-Jewish hate? How can Muslims prevent anti-Jewish hate? I'll let you have the last word on that, and then I'll have to go.
Okay, thank you. I don't think it's a job of Muslims to prevent anti-Jewish hate from anyone except their own Muslims. And I think that all people should stop demonizing other people based on agencies like CIA, KGB, the Mossad, okay, whoever else, the ISI, creating conflicts. And then you have to take a side in those conflicts. I've seen it with Russians, and since 2022, Russians were persona non grata. Now Jews are persona non grata for some people who are rightly upset about the deaths in Gaza, and people were upset about the deaths in Mariupol. Okay, but the root of it is who trained the people in Mariupol, who trained the Azov battalion, who gave them the weapons, who trained Hamas, who gave them the weapons, who indoctrinates the kids from birth. And my solution is give people citizenship, offer it to them. And if they have citizenship, they'll have rights, they'll have protection. That solves the West Bank, that solves Syria, that solves Lebanon, and that leaves Gaza. And in Gaza, if an organization runs Gaza that has no elections, forcibly Islamicizes the entire place, Christians are fleeing, and you may say, oh, it's the Israelis doing it. And if you have a militant group, invariably in Afghanistan, in the Rohingya, anywhere, it will lead to innocent people like you and me dying for no freaking reason. So if there's anything I would say is stop trying to divide people based on Jews, Muslims, whatever. Okay. It is when the governments and the people running them decide to use secret organizations to fund and funnel money and weapons to militants. You fast forward 5 years, it's a lot of people dead. So I understand you support this cause, but I would have been saying the same thing if the Jews wanted to make some crazy thing in Uganda or another place, or they could expand or create secret military. I would condemn it. And if they, to the extent that they've done it, I condemn that. But there have been 20 times more and bigger things, like the Saudi war in Yemen, like the Syrian civil war, like indeed in Pakistan, 3 million people dead. We need to understand that humanity is doing this, not just focus on Jews, not just focus on Palestinians, care about Sudan, care about Yemen, care about everybody. So my whole point is, whether or not your religion is true or my religion is true, we happen to worship the same God, and I think we have that in common, right, Daniel? And you have a Hebrew name, which means God is my judge. I think in the end, God will judge us all. So I hope that people take communism, Islamism, and even Western liberal democracy out of the military. Okay, we can't spread Western imperialism You understand Western imperialism as a force you got to fight. You understand that as an Islamist, part of the Ummah. But what you don't understand is the Ummah is also a collective understanding of what should retake by force and colonize also. Whether it's
There's
communism,
no colonial project with the Ummah. No.
I'm just trying to say whether there's a specific actor who's going to build a caliphate or whether it's a collective mentality. Communists wanted the communists of the world to unite. You want Muslims of the world to unite, and that's wonderful. Although the Shia, you think many of them are kafirs, which I don't think.
Some of them, yeah. Some of them are, not all.
If there's one thing I would say, please reconsider killing apostates just for freedom of speech. I feel that you'll never. That is what leads to people being
tell
afraid.
God to reconsider what he said in the Torah. Tell God to reconsider it.
People have moved on from killing Canaanites. I'll tell you.
No, they've moved on from God's word, and that's a shame. But
well, okay. So you prefer that people keep killing each other in the name of religion?
I think that every group kills in the name of their preferred ideology, and Judaism is no different from Islam, is no different from Christianity, is no different from Hinduism, is no different from liberal democracy.
And do you think God created humans to, for 3,000-4,000 years, not get a consensus and keep killing each other? When is it going to stop?
The killing that's happening by liberal democracy, communism, have killed a lot more than any Muslim has killed in history. So,
since you mentioned Christian and Jewish beliefs, can you tell people what are the Muslim beliefs about the end of the world, the eschatology of what happens when the Messiah comes and who dies and who gets killed? Or how does it work?
It's too long for this stream. I really have to go, but maybe in another conversation. I really appreciate you, Greg, for coming on. And I know it's not easy, and there might be pressure not to even talk to Muslims, or especially like a Muslim like me. So I appreciate.
I like you. You're great. What's wrong with you?
Well, that's very nice of you to say. I appreciate that. And yeah, so can you have? I put some of the work that you do in the description of the video. But is there a website that you want people to know about?
Yeah, you can go to my company, Qbix.com, Qbix.com. And again, my solutions to these things are, I'm not waiting for the governments to solve them. I want to create communities bottom up. Okay. Balaji invested in our company because he wants to build the nation state, the network state, not the nation state, the network state. I believe that people should self-identify what they want to be. Maybe one day these network states can have passports. Perhaps the Rohingya or the Palestinian people would have passports from countries, since Lebanon doesn't want to give it to them, or whatever. But yes, so go to Qbix.com. And if you believe in what I'm saying, again, I just want to be clear. Some people hear a different point of view and they say, oh, this guy must be a Putin stooge, or this must be hate babies or puppies. And I'm trying to say, I care more about puppies than most people. I care more about babies and humans than most people. And what I would suggest is we stop waiting for these governments, because they're not going to solve it. We just need to create our own solutions. If you want those solutions, go and get in touch with me, because we're building them. And I hope to see peace in our lifetimes for both Jews and Muslims, whether they're Shia or Sunni, and indeed for Christians, atheists, and Hindus, and everyone as well.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. I hope everyone enjoyed the conversation. Check out the links in the description. If you enjoy these types of conversations, think about providing a donation to support our work. And check us out also on muslimskeptic.com for articles and news, etc. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for listening.